the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision for an application must submit a written request by email to the general email address for the Committee of Adjustment Toronto and East York District Office. Please include your name, your address, and an email address. All Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB notifications and appeal updates will be sent by email only. If you don't agree with our decision, it may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, LPAT. Appeal instructions will be set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. Participants who have registered in advance will be connected to this virtual hearing and will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Making your submission. When an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant will proceed with his or her presentation if required. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter directly into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly and clearly. State your name and your address. Please confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. Where required, the applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application. Then individuals either in support or opposition to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have completed their presentations. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent will be unmuted and will have an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have the minutes of the last committee hearing been confirmed?
Yes, they have, sir.
Yes. Members, do you have any interest to declare on any of the items scheduled for today?
No, Mr. Chair.
Are there any requests to withdraw an application?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So we have now vetted the list. We're going to deal first with uncontested matters, and then we'll deal with the contested matters. The uncontested matters are number 3, 4 Douglas Crescent, number 4, 134 Joffrey Street, number 6, 204 Howard Park Avenue, number 8, 125 Lesley Street, number 9, 221 Forest Hill Road, number 11, 128 Linhurst Avenue, number 14, 9 Leonard Circle, number 16, 195 Rexley Drive, number 17, 68 Barrington Avenue, number 18, 174 Indian Grove, number 19, 14 Southwood Drive. So we will now proceed with item number 3, 4 Douglas Crescent. the applicant online?
Yes, I am. My name is Saba Al-Mathnou. I'm the agent from QBS Architects. Our address is 1617 Bayview Avenue.
Okay, would you proceed with your presentation, please?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chair, if the committee members don't need a presentation, maybe you can ask them first. You might want to just go straight to questions.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay, this is, do we need a presentation in this matter? Panel? Okay. Do you have any questions?
I'm Aaron, not for me. Thanks.
Pardon? Any questions? Okay, let's take it into committee. Does somebody have a motion?
Mayor, I actually have a question of the applicant, if that's okay. To the applicant, can you please describe the changes that have happened to the application since August 2019?
Yes, absolutely. So we have redesigned the property significantly. We have reduced the variances from last year by eliminating all platforms, eliminating the third floor, eliminating the height variance, reducing the FSI from 0.93 to 0.67. We've worked closely with the planning department and with the neighbors for more than a year to reach to a proposal that was acceptable to all parties. We have 7 letters of support, including the Ratepayers Association, and we have met personally with the neighbors next door. With number 6, we have approval from both adjacent neighbors, as well as we have the approval from Forestry and Ravine.
Okay. Thank you. If there are no other questions, I'd like to move a motion.
All right.
I think that given the fact that effort has been made to minimize the variances and that it is a strange shaped lot, that I would move to approve the application subject to urban forestry condition number 1.
Which one?
Number 1.
Mr. Chair, I believe it's an advisory comment only.
What about,
There's a report on August 12th, and there was a report on August 10th. I think the August 12th letter is just for, one is a memo. And it's just the advisory.
so I had a note that urban forestry wanted conditions 1 and 5.
Well, 5 is just advisory.
Okay, so is,
If you want to put one condition number 1 in, because the other one's just advisory, then that's fine. Just to be on the safe side, and if it's not required, then they'll just waive it.
okay, so your motion includes forestry condition number 1. Is there a seconder?
That's right.
Do we have a seconder? Aaron, all in favor? You have your approval, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Number 5, 134 Joffrey Street. On this application, we have before us a copy of the material submitted by the applicant. We have staff reports from planning, urban forestry, and transportation. So is the applicant here?
We are here, that's correct, yes.
Okay. All right, so could we have your name and address, please?
It is Lindsay Bruce and Joel Tanner, both at 15 Colburn Street in Hamilton.
We just need one person to speak.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so panel, do we need a presentation?
No.
Peter doesn't. Aaron? Kathleen? No presentation. Okay, we're going to take it into committee. Did anybody have any, subject to any questions you may have?
Yeah, I have a question of the applicant, specifically to the shipping container shed. There's no, I didn't see in the plans any kind of description on how that would be supported in terms of like structural foundation or similar. Could you please address that?
Yep, most definitely. So typically when we're doing a freestanding shipping container structure as a shed, we're landing it on 4 helical piers, which are the precast steel units. So there's no excavation, backfill, concrete, etc. We try to keep it as simple as possible.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question. I think Planning and Transportation recommended refusal of the front yard parking. Do you have any idea where are you going to be parking, and do you have a rendering of the front yard and a bit of a site plan?
We do have some feedback regarding the parking. We've gone back and forth with the clients as well as the planning department. We're abiding. We did issue a new site plan, which it's likely not in front of you, but we reissued a site plan to the planning department, and what we're doing is essentially abiding by a 2010 minor variance application, which was approved, which essentially allows an angled parking stall with 4 planter barrels. So the clients have agreed to reinstate the planter barrels and abide by the 2010 variance for single vehicular parking only. So the clients are in favor of this process. They purchased the property. They were not the original application individual on the 2010 file. So we will be reinstating in order to abide by that. So I do understand where they're coming from if this was a new application, but because we're just trying to abide by what is an existing condition. The proposed addition on the side yard and the porch on the front yard is not further implicating this proposal. So we don't feel that they should be, cross-examined essentially in accordance with one another, and we don't feel like it's negatively impacting the streetscape. We've had several discussions with neighbors down the laneway on either side, and nobody seems to have any issue with the proposal.
All right, any further questions? Okay, do we have a motion?
I'd like to just discuss a little bit with the fellow members. I have no issue with the actual shipping container or the addition to the house, but I think the front yard soft landscaping variance is major. I appreciate that the applicant is willing to address some of those issues, but I'm thinking of putting forward a motion with a condition that the front yard parking be approved, but that the remainder of the front yard be returned to soft landscaping. I don't know if you have any comments, fellow members, or if I should just put that forward.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. So, well, there's 3 variances related to the front yard. So the first variance is for front yard. It's the parking space. The second one's for the parking space, and then the third one is for the landscaping. If you refuse that variance, I don't know what the numbers would be.
Okay.
Like if they have a parking, I don't know if if that landscaping is because of the front yard parking pad or a combination of the parking pad and the porch. So it's not all that simple, I guess.
I don't know whether they can increase the front soft landscaping. So, Mr.
They have a site
Applicant,
plan, yeah.
so we could ask the applicant, you talked about you're changing the parking. Are these variances 1 and 2 relating to parking still needed?
They are still needed, yes. Yeah, so we're essentially abiding by the transportation report. So transportation's come back and they're referring to this 2010 document with the angled parking pad and the 4 existing planter barrels. They're in favor of the proposal if this is reinstated. So that is the methodology we would like to take. We cannot modify the variances, unfortunately, because that front yard softscaping is 100% related to the porch as well as to the parking. I'd like to make a note that we do have a full plan to do a green roof. It's a very popular detail with all of our homes,
that
and
doesn't
it can be viewed on our website. So we do green roofs on all of our front entry canopies. I realize it doesn't impact the streetscape greenery, which is the driver on those planter barrels, but we do like to do flat roof green roofs to further the greenery on the properties.
So is this soft landscaping in the front yard, is that an existing condition?
Existing condition, yes.
So it's 0.07% right now?
Yeah, and there's no modifications to it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, may I just ask just a couple questions? So variants 1 and 2 related to the front yard parking pad. If those are removed or refused, your parking pad will be totally on the city boulevard, is that correct? According to your previous decision and the plan that you're currently dealing with planning.
So the existing, sorry, it's Lindsay Bruce.
Can we just have one person speaking?
Yeah, sorry, we're both in the same office. It's a 50-50 split. So on that 2010 document that transportation is commenting on, it's the parking stall is 50% on our property, 50% on the boulevard.
Sorry, I only have a decision for the year 2000, not 2010, so I'm not sure where the...
Okay, we have a drawing dated November 24th, 2010 from Transportation Services Division.
Yeah, but is that related to a
right-of-way.
front yard parking permit, or was that related to a C of A application? Because we don't have a C of A application for 2010.
Sorry, yeah, confirmation that is for parking permit. It was not related to the variance. My apologies.
And that shows the parking pad mostly on the city boulevard or partially on your property?
I would say it's 55% on the boulevard, 45% on our property.
And that was approved?
Yeah, that is a parking permit that needs. It's in the last page of the transportation comments for this specific application.
Okay, let me just get there. Sorry, I didn't scroll that far. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. How do you? Oh, there's the asphalt driveway. So through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if that answers or addresses some of the concerns of the committee members, but if you are no longer concerned with those 3 variances and are satisfied with the comments by the applicant, and you're leaning towards an approval, you could approve all the variances on the condition that the front yard parking pad be installed as per the plan attached to the staff report. If that satisfies you, and it's just a suggestion. And then that way we're not making any changes to the variances on the off, because if we do, it may end up being that they can't get anything. It doesn't solve your problem with the front yard landscaping, though.
Just a question to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Like, I think what I'm talking about more is in the boulevard, which is going to remain hardscape south of those planters. And I'm just wondering if there's any way we could get that portion south of the planters, or whether it's south, closer to the road from the planters, taken up and returned to soft landscaping without affecting the variances.
Well, that's on the city boulevard, you don't have jurisdiction on the city boulevard unless right-of-way has asked you to include a condition. They're not asking that that be reinstated. And it wouldn't count. Do you hear, I guess you didn't hear anything because I didn't have my microphone on, I'm sorry. That portion between the planters and the roadway is City Boulevard, and you don't have the jurisdiction to impose any conditions there unless right-of-way has asked you to. And it doesn't help the variance. It's not going to make the variance go away or make it any better because it's not included in on the private property. But if you have them reinstate that to the satisfaction of the permit parking, maybe they'll look at it again and say they want that soft landscaped. I don't know.
Okay,
I mean,
thanks.
yeah, I don't know what's there now.
It's completely paved now for a
I mean,
planter.
if you want to put it in, you could put it in. I don't know if right-of-way will then have a problem because they may not care that that's not soft landscaping.
I mean, my thought was understanding that the applicant has challenges meeting the front yard soft landscaping variance. I get that, but I think as a kind of gesture of goodwill towards the intent of providing some kind of permeable surface in the front, that the boulevard could be returned to non-paved state.
You could have this plan with the exception of the area on the city boulevard between the planters and the road allowance, or the street be reinstated with soft landscaping. And then you could also ask that the pad be constructed with water permeable pavers.
Right.
If we've done that before.
That's helpful. Thank you.
So, Mr. Reed, you want to craft a motion?
Sure. I put forward a motion to approve the application subject to urban forestry condition 2, and subject to a condition that the front yard parking space be constructed with water permeable pavers, and that the portion south of the planters in the transportation services drawing be reinstated to soft landscaping.
That's on private property, that portion?
On the boulevard.
I thought we didn't have any jurisdiction over the boulevard unless we were requested by transportation.
That plan with the exception that that portion between the planter boxes and the garden fence be reinstated with soft land to the satisfaction of right-of-way. And if they don't desire it to be that way, then they'll just say they're signing off on it.
Is that okay, Mr. Reed?
That's fine, thanks.
Yeah.
All right, do we have a seconder? Okay. Kathleen, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, can I just clarify the item number 2 regarding urban forestry? It was removed as a comment. So it's no longer an issue or bone of contention. So I think that should just be revised. The latest forestry comments from Nicholas Trevisan.
You met, Mr. Chair, there's a July 29th and then on August 13th, a June 1st. Oh, sorry, just a June 1st report. Which has urban No. Yeah. No, sorry, that report that's in your agenda was for another property, I believe. Was it not? Sorry, I'm getting confused here. I had no urban forestry on this as well, but
Yeah, August 12th would have been the revised date, and then the August 12th report, it removed item 2 as a condition.
Do we have that?
I just have the June 1st report.
Is it an
I
advice?
only have the June 1st report.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know that it hurts to include it, and then if it's satisfied, then they just sign off on it.
Fair enough, fair enough.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, committee.
Number 6, 204 Howard Park Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 3-story detached house by constructing a rear 3rd-story addition with a rear deck. Before us on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have 3 form letters in support from 7 Indian Grove, 203 and 206 Howard Park. Mr. Rosa, are you on the line?
I am, Mr. Chairman. A very good afternoon to you and members of the committee.
Could we have, so you're on this application, we don't need your address. Committee, panel, do we have do we need a presentation on this one? No, we don't need a presentation. Thank you. Do we have any questions? No questions?
I have a quick question. I wanted to know the extent of any kind of privacy screening on the new decks at the rear.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, given the proximity of the addition, a 3rd floor addition to the adjacent property to the east, I don't think that there's any benefit by introducing any privacy screening to the east, because from the balconies they're facing a substantial height of wall. To the west, we could, of course, yes, introduce some screening to create, to mitigate some privacy overview interest to the property to the west, if the committee sees fit.
Okay, Kathleen, is that satisfactory?
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just having a look at the plans.
Okay, any further questions? Do we have a motion?
Sure, I'm happy to put forward a motion. I think this is reasonable and, you know, it's only a very small increase in GFA. It's minor and is in keeping, I think, with the intent of the bylaw. So a motion to approve with no conditions, please.
Kathleen, did you want a condition with respect to screening?
It's really hard to tell. I think it would be a good idea to have screening. I believe it's on the west side. So if we could have some sort of screening arranged or as a condition, that would be a good idea.
So is that a request for a friendly amendment, or?
Yeah. Peter?
I'll accept that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Oh, Kathleen. Okay, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A good day to everybody.
Number 8, 125 Lesley Street. On this application, we have just material submitted by the applicant. And The purpose of this application is to replace the existing detached garage with a new detached garage and to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition, front two-story addition, and rear ground floor deck. The detached garage has access from the rear lane. So, panel, do we need a presentation? Okay, any questions? No questions? Somebody have a motion?
I'm happy to put forward a motion. I think this is very minor and just a tweaking of the previous approval and meets the 4 tests. So a motion to approve with no conditions.
Our seconder? Aaron? Okay, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we just make sure that they say the name for the record,
Yeah,
even if they're not doing a presentation, if we didn't get the lot?
yeah, Mr. Dowsett.
Yeah, I know, but he's
Yeah. Okay, number 9, 221 Forest Hill Road. The purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached house with an integral garage, rear basement, walkout, rear decks on the first, second, and third stories, and a swimming pool with deck in the rear yard. On this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have reports from Urban Forestry, Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, and Heritage Preservation. Mr. Wengel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Okay, so we just received something, as you know, I'm sure, we just received something from Heritage Preservation asking for a 6-month deferral.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay, so are you agreeable to a deferral for 6 months?
Mr. Chair, I actually dispute that for the reason that this is very last minute. This was submitted in January of 2020. And if something was important with the building or lot, I would have suspected we would have heard a lot earlier. Everything was circulated through COVID, and they've had 7 months to review this, and now they bring this up. I think another 6 months is onerous. This building has been renovated twice. There's been additions to it. It's been gutted before. And I find it highly disrespectful that at this point, my client just finds out yesterday morning that we are to be deferred for 6 months for this.
So what,
I don't know why they hadn't.
Have there been changes to the exterior?
Yes, there was an addition that was put on the front earlier on, and there's also an addition to the rear and extensive renovations on the interior in '83.
So this is not the original house that was, I believe, built in 36?
Well, parts of it are still original, but there's been additions to it and renovations on the interior as well.
Okay. So panel? Where's my panel? Dealing with the issue of a deferral first, before we deal with the merits. So Heritage has asked for a deferral. Mr. Wengel is objecting to the deferral. Do you have any questions, or do we have a motion?
I would actually support the deferral. It seems to me this isn't something that the Heritage Preservation section asks for very often. I'm not sure what the situation was, but I do understand that some of these things could take a little bit of time to review, and I think the 6 months will give them a little bit of time to review. I'm a little bit reluctant just to completely ignore this request, since it's not something that they comment on very often.
Any other questions or any other comments?
I'll support that, Kathleen, if you put forward a motion.
Just,
Yeah, I would oppose it. I think it's way too late in the game. And, you know, from the size of the renovation, I take it that there's lots and lots of money involved, and a 6-month delay seems to me pretty unconscionable.
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe there's two things. Maybe Mr. Wengel could just provide some information on what's going to happen if this is approved and they go for demolition permit with respect to heritage, if anything, and whether or not he would maybe be agreeable to adding a condition that heritage review the plans. They have to be reviewed by heritage before they can get permits.
Did you hear that, Mr. Wengel?
Yes, I did. I still think, you know, the onus is on Heritage. If they have properties that they want to list, they should list them. So our clients did their due diligence. They went onto the website. We've checked it. There's been no, you go to 2 different portals that are available to people when they're purchasing a home, and none of them show up. So we've tried and we've looked, and nothing has shown up on either the Heritage search map or the Heritage property research portal. And I think that if this was of interest, then why would it take to now to decide this? So this has already gone on, again, before we could even apply for our review. We've dealt with urban forestry and we've dealt with ravines since over a year ago. It's taken that long to get to this point. And now, a day before the hearing, they're requesting this. I just think it's, as you said, it's unfair. It's cost them over a year and a half to carry this house, and now another 6-month delay. The intent is to replace this dwelling with a new one, and that's what their dream was. And then all of a sudden, to now say that Heritage should now take a closer look. Well, they might as well do that, stop the hearings today for everybody, and let them go through the whole list of the city and do it to everyone. Because it seems arbitrary. Why now?
So is there any prejudice that your client will suffer by reason of a 6-month delay, Mr. Wengel?
Not necessarily prejudice, but certainly costs and analysis. And then should they decide then to list it, then his project is not valid anymore. Because it was to replace this dwelling. The house has not been cared for. It's got all kinds of things inside. And again, somebody says, okay, you must preserve it. It's not the route they wanted to take. And I think they had done, in fairness, their due diligence to ensure that it wasn't a registered home. Otherwise, they wouldn't have purchased it. And for the city, the Heritage to say now that, oh, we need another 6 months when they've had this circulating since February, why didn't they react then?
Is there, in the presentation materials, is there a streetscape? I'm just wondering what we have here.
There's a survey and a site plan.
Great. I've got your presentation materials. We're just going to call up the Google Street View. I don't know how updated it is. Just to help. Okay, there's, yeah. That's the
proposed design.
That's the proposed facade, yeah? There's the existing dwelling.
So you can see there's an addition in the front that was added, an extension to the garage in 1983, and on the back side, there's a big solarium that goes across the entire back.
And what about the rest of the street? Is there anything altered on the rest of the street, I guess?
Yeah.
The whole street is undergoing reconstruction and renovations, et cetera. For the member that asked the question, we've done about 140 projects within Forest Hill, Upper and Lower Village, both renovation and new, and there's a consistency of rebuild, et cetera, in the area. It's not a heritage district. If it was, then these wouldn't have been done, but there's a great number of new homes that have been built in this area. Even right across the road from this is a brand new, very contemporary house being built right there. It's a glass and stone house that's under construction. There's, yes.
Have you had any discussions with Heritage concerning this matter?
No, we just found out yesterday afternoon when we saw the report.
So
And the problem has been, like, you go onto the portals, we always look, and there's a heritage search map and there's a heritage search tool, both. And you look on the map and you look on the portal and you add the addresses and you go alphabetically by street, and there's nothing on this property. So what does that mean? Everybody that buys the house should be
careful? The letter was dated on August 14, so in the last 5 days you weren't able to talk to the
No, it wasn't posted. It was just posted yesterday morning at about 9:15.
Okay.
And we checked every day. We always check to see if there's letters from neighbors. We're very diligent because we're here at committee often, and we're always checking the city websites. And it's the first that it came up.
Yeah.
Heritage would have been circulated.
Like I think for me, if I'm going to make a comment, I think I tend to agree with the chairman's decision of allowing to be heard, but having a condition that if, during a permit application process, the heritage will have to review it at the same time. So that means you don't have to wait for that 6 months, but at the same time, for the public's good, we are still having a public body to review your application and making sure that it is not a heritage building.
Would that be
If I could have a
acceptable?
comment.
Mr. Wengel, would
Just to-
that be acceptable to you?
I think we don't really have a choice. I think I'd rather at least have the hearing heard and know that there's a viable project in the end, and then I guess we'll have to deal with heritage. But
Yeah, because you have a month of this cooling period to talk to the heritage at the same time, right? So
yeah, in our experience with heritage is that they're very difficult to get a hold of and to get comments. And just to say they need 6 months to review something, it's very onerous on the homeowner, right? Because it's just another delay of 6 months. And let's say they decide, oh, there's nothing you can do with this, then again, but I'd rather at least go through the hearing and have that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you go by way of a condition, it would say something prior to the submission of a building permit, the applicant shall obtain heritage, well, this is a standard one we have, is be Heritage Permit Part 5 of Ontario Heritage Act, and shall submit final architectural drawings, including plans, elevations, and details of exterior work to the satisfaction of the senior manager of heritage preservation.
But we deal with the application.
If you were to deal with the application, and that would be the condition if you wanted to have a heritage condition.
Right, is that acceptable, Kathleen and Peter?
Yes, I think one of the things that's really important is if the house is eventually demoed, that it gets there's an opportunity to document the features of the house, particularly the historically relevant features of the house. I'm going to think about the stone siding, and there may be some internal historical features that need to be documented as well. That would be at a very minimum, and so I would expect that this sort of cooling off time period would give them time to go through the house and sort of determine what's actually there.
So you're prepared to deal with the application on its merits and then make it a condition that they have to deal with heritage? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, I would be supportive of that.
Okay, so let's deal with the application on its merits. I assume it's a complicated matter. I assume we need a presentation from Mr. Wengel? Mr. Reed says no. Kathleen, Aaron? No, you don't need? Okay, let's deal with the applicant. Do you have any questions of Mr. Wengel? No questions? Does somebody have a motion?
I'll put forward a motion with both condition urban forestry condition 2, and which I believe is the correct one, and the appropriate, I can't remember the wording, heritage condition.
I'm going to read it again because I just changed it slightly. It would be prior to the submission of any permits, the applicant shall submit final architectural drawings, including plans, elevations, and details of exterior work to the satisfaction of the senior manager, Heritage Preservation Services.
Is that acceptable, Kathleen?
Yes, thank you.
All right, do we have a seconder? All right, Peter, all in favor? Have your approval, Mr. Wengel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Number 11, 128 Linhurst Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to alter the roof line of the existing detached three-car garage to a pitched roof and convert the structure into a workshop ancillary building containing a kitchen, bathroom, and outdoor pergola and patio. 2 tandem parking spaces will be located on the remaining portion of the driveway and the north side yard. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have reports from Urban Forestry, Transportation, 2 reports from Transportation, and 3 form letters in support from 63 Wells Hill, 130 and 126 Linhurst Avenue. Mr. Saad?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right, could you let us have your
Hello, can you hear me?
Could you let us have your address, please?
Yes, of course. The address is 128 Linhurst Avenue.
Okay.
And my name is, I'm with Paradigm Architecture and Design, and I'm on behalf of the owner.
Okay, he's okay? All right. So, panel, do we need a presentation? Okay. We don't have any comment from planning with respect to kitchen, bathroom, and in this workshop, nor with respect to the size. What kind of workshop is this? Because it didn't look like I anticipated electric saws and things like that, and all I saw was a table and looked like a boardroom and an area for watching television.
Well, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee, we just furnished it for illustrative purposes. It's mainly a multi-function space, but primarily used as a workshop. The owner likes to tinker with various machinery and things of that nature, but it would be used for a variety of purposes, repairs, things of that nature, and also just as a general ancillary building, a little bit of storage as well for furniture, the outdoor patio, things of that nature. It's generally an accessory building, really.
It's got a kitchen.
So did you have any comments from planning about the kitchen and the bathroom?
To be frank, community planning, well, there's a bit of a kind of a conundrum here. There was 2 site plans submitted. Community planning, first of all, I will say, I'm surprised that the report was not included, but we have their full support. We were told in an email from Catherine Young, I believe it is, the assistant planner in community planning, saying that as long as, well, we have formally, it was kind of the parking, because we are obviously getting rid of what was an existing 3-car garage in the rear. And this is somewhat common throughout the adjoining neighborhood. But we originally had requested 2 parking spaces as part of a parking pad at the front of the property. Community planning said that that was their only point of contention, and if that we agreed to relocate those parking spaces to the side yard, that they would be in full support of the application. Now, we submitted a revised site plan. I'm not sure if those two site plans are indicated or if one was finally removed. It looks like the one with the front pad parking was finally removed. But you will see that transportation has an issue with these two side yard parking spaces because they are not of legal width. And it is unfortunate for the owner because what is immediately, well, it's bound on, the spaces are bound on the one side, obviously, by the house. That is, in actuality, the south side of those parking spaces. And on the north side, where the property line is, we actually have what starts out as about a 6-inch high concrete curb / retaining wall at the street and quickly grows to be about 14 or 16 inches by the time you reach the side of these parking spaces. So to have these parking spaces immediately adjacent to the house is going to be quite onerous on the owner in terms of maneuverability and trying to get in and out of vehicles. The preference was, as per transportation's suggestion and recommendations, to have them where you see the expanded driveway at the front where the new unit pavers are with the 5.6 meters. 5.6 and change. And ultimately, I just wanted to point out that there are several, it's within the context of the street, that there are several pads in front of various other addresses, including 117, 124, and 125 to the south, and numbers 130 and 134 to the north. There are also double wide driveways leading to many of the rear parking for several other addresses on the street. So it's not uncommon to have the front yard parking, and it would make for obviously two legal sized parking spaces that would make life a lot simpler for the owner if that can be taken into consideration. It's not really a change because all we've been seeing, although we tried to replace one site plan with the other, both site plans have remained on record, which is quite odd to me, unless what you're looking at right now may have just been changed within a day or two. We did not see the other site plan showing the front pad parking removed up until, well, I believe yesterday.
But the variances have been changed. So the only variance we have with respect to parking are two tandem parking spaces in the north side yard, measuring 2.3
Okay.
meters. So that's what we have before us. We don't have anything before us with respect to the front yard parking. But so did you have, to get back to my original question, did you have discussions with this planning about the kitchen and bathroom? Because my experience has been that they don't allow plumbing in these ancillary buildings unless it's a laneway house. And there's another application we have today in which they said no plumbing for a ancillary building. So I know we had one, or there was one before the committee a few weeks ago, in which there was a bathroom and a kitchen, I believe, and there was no comment. I don't understand.
Do they currently use the garage for parking?
Yeah. What's the current use of the garage?
The current use of the garage is for parking. That is correct.
Yeah. Has your client
They did not. Sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to know if your client's been living in the house or they just purchased it.
The house is currently under construction, under separate permit, the main house itself. So this was a supplemental application that we had to get through committee approval in order to continue construction of this ancillary workshop.
Okay.
And to answer your question, planning did not voice any concerns about anything else on the drawings. We went through a number of tweaks in order to minimize the variances as much as possible.
Okay. Panel? I lost my panel. Does anyone have any further questions?
I'd like put in a comment that I'm seeing, and my first impression was it's essentially a garden suite. There's no laneway in behind. So it's been essentially what we're looking at is a garden suite. And if I was to approve this structure, I would put in a condition, want to see a condition that no sewer or water attachments to the building. I think that that's the only way I would feel comfortable with it. And I also wanted to ask the applicant, I'm looking at the latest transportation conditions of August 12th, 2020, that they objected to the proposed curb cut extension and the driveway winding within the city boulevard. And I just wanted to clarify, and the proposed front yard parking space must be accessed from the existing single width private driveway. And now I just wanted to confirm whether or not that had been addressed. Sorry.
Applicant? Is he still with us? Yeah.
Apology. Yeah, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My apologies. So yes, to answer the question, the existing curb cut is all that is going to remain. There will be no further cutting of curb, but we were granted, obviously as per the site plan, the ability to widen that driveway to a pad. Although if we cannot park there, we cannot park there for obvious reasons. So to satisfy transportation's comments, there will be no further curb cutting. However, I do note again that they were in objection of the side yard parking, although I don't know how we can satisfy both community planning and transportation, as they seem to be in opposition with their views.
Any further questions? We have a motion.
I'll just...
Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Just echo. Thanks, Chair. Just echo Kathleen's concerns. Like, this basically looks like a residential unit. There's a shower, there's a bathroom, there's closets, there's a kitchen. And I know you're calling it a workshop, but can you please speak to the intent of the owner's use of this building?
Yes. As I said before, my understanding is that the owner's desire is to use this for a multitude of purposes, multifunction. Workshop being the first and most primary use that he had in mind, although, as you can see, there are ancillary uses that stray from that primary use. An entertainment space, possibly. I know that a swimming pool is also coming, might be also part of that multifunction use. But there will definitely be workshop uses taking place in there as well for his own repairs and various projects.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any further questions, or do we have a motion?
Kathleen, I'd support your motion.
Okay, I'm going to have to put through a motion to oppose this application, or alternatively, I would be willing to support the application with no sewer or water hookup to the structure.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can we just do one motion at a time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Kathleen, want to refuse it, or do you want to put in the motion with that condition? I think Peter was supporting you on the motion with the condition.
Yes, that is correct. So I would like to put forward a motion to approve the application with the condition that there is no water or sewer hookup permitted to the rear yard storage / workshop structure.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Wait, through you, Mr. Chair, there's also urban forestry, and then there's the condition from parking permits about the only having a single width driveway. And
yes,
that you're basing your decision on the site plan showing the tandem parking spaces beside the house.
Satisfactory, Kathleen?
Yes, that is correct. Adding those two conditions in as well.
Catherine, just want to know if you want to add heating and cooling as well, or just natural ventilation? I'm serious about it because that's what we usually make sure. If it's a non-heated space, and definitely you can be sure that it's not going to be a residential unit. I guess that's your intent.
Right, so perhaps.
Peter?
Like, how restrictive do you want it to be?
I think typically we've just done no
No water?
no water
Three.
or
There's
no
three,
water
Mr.
or sewer.
There's,
Okay.
through you, Mr. Chair, there's been conditions where you've not allowed plumbing to or within the structure, and that the structure not be used for residential habitable use.
I think that's the better terminology to what is
Okay.
All right, so perhaps you could redo your motion, Kathleen.
Okay. How about we put forward a motion to approve with the condition that the structure have no sewer, water hookup, and is not intended for residential or habitable space. Residential space, I think.
Not to be habitable.
Also, not the habitable space, along with urban forestry condition 2 and the transportation conditions of the August 12, 2020 memo.
All right, is that satisfactory? Do we have a seconder, Peter? All right, all in favor? All right, have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now we go to number 14. Nine Leonard Circle. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story detached house by constructing a rear two-story addition, rear ground floor deck, expanded front porch, and a front yard parking pad. And before us in this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and four form letters in support from 4, 6, 7, and 11 Leonard Circle. Mr. Smith, are you on the line?
I am, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, I'm the agent for 9 Leonard Circle.
Okay. Panel, do we need a presentation on this one?
No thanks.
No.
Aaron? No? Okay. Anybody have any questions? Does anybody have a motion? Kathleen, we can't hear you because you muted yourself.
No, I should be okay now. Am I okay?
Yes.
Okay. Just a quick question. You did some comparison with other addresses in the surrounding area. Did the other, I think one of the things that you said is that only like 50% of the basement was counted in the FSR, I guess because of the slope of the property. So what I was wondering was the other addresses that you compared in the surrounding area, did those include the basements or no?
They did not, the basement was not part of their GFA.
Okay.
It's because established grade was lower. So the 0.67 I had referenced was in comparison to the other applicant or the other approved addresses in the area within 500 meters. And the 0.67 is less than the average that's been approved in the area.
Okay.
All right. Any further questions? Do we have a motion? Where's Peter? Peter, there you are. Do you have any questions,
Pardon
Peter?
me. No, I'm fine, thanks.
Okay, we have a motion.
Sure, I put forward a motion. I thought this was a very reasonable application and is mimicking what's been happening in the neighborhood. So I think it's appropriate. And so I put forward a motion to approve with no conditions.
Seconder. Kathleen, all in favor?
Yeah.
Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next application is 16195 Rexley Drive. And the purpose of this application is to alter the front yard landscaping and circular driveway and to construct a ground floor bachelor unit within the existing 5-story dwelling. And with this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, a report from Urban Forestry. Mr. Chui, are you on the line?
Yes, good day, Mr. Chair, I am on the line.
Okay, all right, so this looks pretty straightforward. Do we, panel, do we need a presentation on this one?
No.
Okay, do we have any questions, or do we have a motion?
Quick question, what is in the existing bachelor space right now?
The existing bachelor space is actually an office that was previously used by the superintendent.
Okay, and I'm assuming that you're already under parking with the existing 69 spaces, is that correct?
Well, notwithstanding notwithstanding the existing non-conforming parking situation.
Exactly, the existing,
yeah,
it's non-conforming already.
Correct. So what we thought we would do is with the one additional bachelors, we did find space in the back for one additional parking space.
Good, okay. Perfect, thank you.
All right, any further questions, or do we have a motion?
I'm happy to put forward a motion. I think this is very minor and a positive thing, just making better use of an existing building. So I move to approve, subject to urban forestry condition number 1.
All right, seconder, Kathleen, all in favor? Kathleen, you're in favor, right? You have your approval, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, number 1768 Barrington Avenue. Purpose of this application is to construct a new detached garage to the rear of the existing 2-story detached house and having access from the rear public lane. And on this application, we only have material submitted by the applicant. Mr. McWhirter, are you online?
Hi. Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Let me just check with my panel. This looks pretty straightforward. Do we need a presentation? No? Okay. No. Any questions? Do we have a motion?
Sure. I'll put forward a motion. This is, I think, minor as defined. It's really, the variances are extremely small in terms of over what's permitted, and it's completely in line with the adjacent garage. So I move to approve with no conditions.
All right, do we have a seconder? Mr. Cheng, all in favor? Have your approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next application is 174 Indian Grove. And on this application, the purpose is to alter the existing 3-story, 2-unit semi-detached dwelling into a 3-unit dwelling by constructing an additional secondary suite on the main floor, resulting in 1 dwelling unit in the basement and on the main floor, and the 3rd unit occupying the 2nd and 3rd floors. A 2-story detached 2-car garage will be constructed in the rear yard and will have access from the rear public lane. On this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have reports from planning and urban forestry, and we have correspondence and support from 170, 172, and 178 Indian Grove. Mr. Molson, are you on the line?
Yes, I am on the line, and if an approval was on the table, I just did want to speak to one of the planning conditions at the appropriate time, please.
Can he identify himself, please?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, this is Adam Molson, the agent and husband of the owner. I live on the property with my wife and family.
Okay, which variance did you want to address?
Sorry, it was the planning recommendation regarding the water connection, actually.
Okay.
Is now the appropriate time, or is
Yes.
should that?
Yes.
Okay, so I attempted to reach out to the planner about this, but my phone calls and voicemails were not answered or returned. My own understanding from dealing with the planner is that a water connection is a permitted use in a garage, and we were hoping to install a utility sink so that we could do maintenance on our children's bicycles and wash up after, and again to facilitate, cleaning the car and not having runoff going into city storm sewers, but going properly into sanitary drains that go through water treatment. So I understand the concern is about habitable space. However, our understanding is that the city has plenty of mechanisms to address it if we were to do that illegally, which we're not intending to do. Orders to comply could be issued and whatnot. And so our request would be to actually be allowed to have a water connection, because we believe that fits within the intended use of a garage, as well as storage for kids' bicycles.
All right, panel, do we have any questions of Mr. Molson? Okay. Do we have a motion? Do we have a discussion with respect to the water connection?
Yeah, I think that makes sense to have just a false set. Maybe we can limit the number. I don't know if this is appropriate, but we can limit the number of plumbing fixtures rather than saying no for anything. So if there's no toilet, no double sink, that's pretty fair to say that it's just not going to be habitable.
Or you could, through you, Mr. Chair, have the condition that it not be used as habitable residential space.
I mean, have a water connection and say it's not habitable, not to be used as habitable space? All right, so do we have, Aaron, did you want to bring a motion?
Yeah, bring a motion to approve this application with the condition stated from the planning report, except the second one, which we have to modify it to allow the applicant to have plumbing fixtures, and also subject to all the forestry reports that was attached to this application.
But did you want to put it in the condition that it's not to be used as habitable space?
Yes, so that is what is written in the staff report on the second. So yes, it's just want to open it again. Yes.
I believe we also would like it tied to the plans of February 19th.
Yeah, planning
Yes.
also wants it attached to the plan, the approval.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So do we have a seconder for that motion? I'll seconder. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next application, 1914 Southwood Drive. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear ground floor deck, rear one-story addition, rear two-story addition, rear basement walkout, and to convert the basement into a secondary suite. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and a report from Urban Forestry. Mr. Hudson, are you on the line?
I am indeed. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
All right, could you just state your name and...
My name is Will Hudson of Hudson Architecture. I'm the architect and agent for the owner.
All right, so panel, looks pretty straightforward. Is this an existing condition, Mr. Hudson? The floor space index of 0.57?
No, that's gone up. The existing FSI actually exceeds the bylaw. We're at 0.43 existing, but by doing what we're doing, we would be going up to 0.57.
All right. Anybody have any further questions?
No.
All right, do we have a motion?
I think this is pretty straightforward. I'd like to put forward a motion to approve, subject to urban forestry condition number 2, I believe.
Yes. Seconder? Yes, Peter. All right, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, community. Have a great day. Bye.
Aye. Okay, we now go back to number 1. (40 Ainsworth). Purpose of this application is to construct a front 3rd-story addition above an existing 2-story residential building. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have support from 946 Logan Avenue. We have opposition from 942A, 935, 959, 957 Logan Avenue, and from 60, 64, and 62 Ferrier Avenue. Mr. Tiburce, are you here?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. Fabian Tiburce speaking.
Okay. So perhaps you could just give us your address?
Yes, Mr. Chair, 40 Answorth, Unit 1.
Okay. So panel, perhaps you could just tell us, Mr. Tiburce, just what you intend to do here.
Certainly. So I'm a single father of 2, and I have 2 boys, 7 and 11. And all I wanted to do is to build a single bedroom, a rather small one, so that each of my boy has a bedroom. I love this neighborhood. I walk to work. My kids go to the neighboring school. We do our shopping on foot, and I love the place. And I just wish for me to stay. I need another bedroom, and I'm hoping that it's a minor thing. I can give my boys a bedroom.
Okay. So does anyone, panel, do you have any questions?
No, thanks.
Okay, no questions. All right, so can we move on to Charlotte Dean?
Sorry, I have a quick question. Maybe I should be asking it later. I just wanted to know whether or not you had spoken or dialogued at all with your neighbors as of yet.
It's a great question. I did. In fact, I was offered by a neighbor who, I don't, not to be a dirty laundry, but Charlotte Dean and I and other neighbors don't really get along. But she'd offered, hey, I'll support your motion. It shouldn't be a problem because no one will oppose. As far as I know, or I'm guessing here, but Charlotte Dean might have gone around the neighborhood asking for opposition letters, because I can't possibly imagine how I would have 6 opposition letters for this incredibly minor thing that I had no prior knowledge of until now.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any further questions? All right. So,
I just ask you a question about the first variance. It says you are at 10.56 meters. right?
Indeed,
How do
so
you come up with that height?
it's I'm not sure how this is measured because the building is already a 3-story building. My unit, and in fact all units in this building, 40 Answorth Road, has 4 units. Every single one has a 3rd story. All I'm doing, and right now there is a so-called loft that my board share. All I want is to build another bedroom and shorten the deck a little bit. So let's be clear, I am actually not raising the height of the building at all. At all. I maybe from how you measure what constitutes the front exterior main wall. And frankly, I don't know what's being measured. Is it the alleyway? Because we're recessed from Logan, right? We're basically between at the corner of 2 alleyways, if you will. It used to be an industrial building at the turn of the century. So maybe that's what's being measured. But in practical terms,
just to jump in, just we don't have lots of time. Can you go to A10, drawing A10? So you have a note saying that existing to remain, and I assume that is the existing height, right? And you're trying to match your child's room with this structure.
That is exactly correct, sir, and it will not be 1 inch higher than that.
Okay, and then when I look at your site plan, sorry, I have to scroll up back to, because your site plan is pretty old. I just try to figure out where exactly it is. So let's say I go back to your survey or your site plan. You're at Unit 1.
Correct.
So you're right at the corner of the so-called the public lane and Answorth Road, and so
correct, sir.
Corner, and then which direction is north? North is that?
North would be, yes, exactly.
Basically casting shadow back to yourself.
That is correct.
Okay, I have no more questions. I just want to determine how that height comes out, because other variances look really minor to me, but this looks pretty tall. But then you said this is an existing height, and then the sun shadow seems to be okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Charlotte Dean?
Oops. Hear me?
Yes.
Can I be heard?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
you can.
I'm owner and resident at Unit 240 Answorth Road. My unit's situated directly north of Unit 1. The orientation and the proposed addition is going to block view of established neighborhood trees and sky and open space from my interior space and my deck. And the orientation and position of the new sliding doors are problematic. With the addition of the new room as drawn, there would be new doors facing north towards my unit and deck, overlooking my unit and deck. So this is not good for the aspect of noise and privacy. The door that is proposed to be east-facing would be replacing a window that was previously there, which is bringing the door much closer to the north edge of my deck. So that's, I'm just opposing it on particularly the north, the new doors facing north on the addition.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions of Ms. Dean? All right, so let's go to Frank Conroy.
Hi, Frank. I see that you're trying to unmute yourself. You're unmuted right now. You should be able to talk. Okay. I'm going to give you a call on your cell phone, and we can go to the next speaker, Martha Callum, if that's all right with you, Chair.
Martha Callum.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Martha Callum from 957 Logan. So I live directly, I guess, in front of the 40 Ainsworth building. My concern is the precedent it would set for the other units. There's 3 other units, and I didn't live here at the time this building was converted from a warehouse into residential space, but I do understand there was a lot of zoning variances that were granted at that time, and a lot of consultations with the neighborhood. So I believe adding this addition would set a precedent for the other units to add additions, which would not only block light, it would destroy the vegetation in the area. There's a big tree in the backyard that would get more shade than it probably would deserve. So I would like to oppose, and I don't believe this is minor, that the building is a unique building situated in an alley. And I believe it's already had a lot of other variances already approved. And just to the comment that was made earlier, I don't know the neighbors, and I don't know Miss Charlotte Dean. The application I put in was not in consultation with any, or the opposition was not in consultation with any of the other neighbors.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Any questions of this? Any questions of Ms. Callum?
Yeah, I do. Where exactly is that tree that you thought the...
It's actually a 959, Logan, but it overhangs into both of our properties, 959 and 957.
959.
If you flip back to you guys had up the sort of this.
I guess I have to use a Google view or something to look at that. I guess it's 40.
Yeah, so it's right on the property of 957, 959, but overhangs. So again, my concern here is the precedent it would set for the other units to add a 3rd story.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Okay, so you're actually not concerned about this particular application. You're concerned only because of the precedent it'll set and the possibility that more additions might be added on the roof?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can we go back to Frank Conroy? Mr. Conroy?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, panel members. My name is Frank Conroy. I live at 942A Logan Avenue. It's right around the corner from the property that's for the variance that has been applied for. My main issue is with the height, the increased height of the property of variance 1. It's already a fairly large building, but you can barely see it from where it is. But I was actually at the corner the other day looking onto the property, and it has a sloped roof. Oh, by the way, the 3rd floor is supposed to be access to rooftop deck. And that's what it was originally approved for. That was a former sausage factory that was built in 1927 and then converted in the 1980s. So the owners were granted access to the roof, and so that was supposed to be just for roof access. It was not supposed to be a loft. I don't know how it became a loft. Now it is, and saying just expanding my 3rd floor is inaccurate. So my concern is with the height. This is predominantly the neighborhood, predominantly houses, almost entirely from the green space that goes north of Danforth right to Cosburn, from Broadview to Pape. The entire area, there is not a single apartment building such as this one, which is just pretty much a large block. So I don't want to see that off my laneway. I also don't want to have the precedent of having these types of buildings being put in by developers in the future. I also want to talk about there was a letter, I want to refute that, that was comparing it to a laneway suite. To me, to say that it was inaccurate would be very inaccurate because it has nothing to do with laneway suite except that it's in a laneway. The laneway suites are supposed to provide affordable rental, which this is not. It's supposed to increase the density, which is just one bedroom, smaller in scale to a house on the same property. not reducing the impact or minimizing the impact of the neighbors, which it's not. So that's it in a nutshell. I'll give the floor back.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Conroy? All right, move on to Mr. Marks.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I just wanted to support the last two comments, opposition on the height. One of my concerns, main concerns, is also the privacy that would happen for Charlotte. We've been involved with the city as far as putting an extension ourselves, and it was very clear the importance of proper screening and that for privacy for our neighbors, which we abided by. So I think that's something that should be removed. Any of the doors or windows and that would look out onto Charlotte's property. But I also do support the height. I think that building is a bit of an oddball building, but it's quite nice. It's been renovated and turned into a very lovely series of condominiums. But I'm not in support of adding height onto a building in our neighborhood at this point in time.
All right, are you aware, Mr. Marks, that this isn't going to be any higher than it is now? It's just adding another space beside the existing space, and it'll be at the same height.
Is it not going to be additional height where the other properties were for background decks or backyard decks as opposed to structures?
I don't know. As I understand it, there's a loft there now, and this is just going to be put beside the loft at the same height.
Well, again, as long as they do not continue on expanding the size of the building, then I'm fine with that. But my big concern, as I was stating, is the privacy issue that could create not only noise, but also visual access to Charlotte's property.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Tiburce, do you have any comments in rebuttal?
No, Mr. Speaker. I think that the height, you made your point yourself. So maybe there's a misunderstanding, and maybe the wording caused a misunderstanding, which I understand. I was alarmed too when I saw that. I was like, we're not adding 3 meters, so maybe neighbors saw that as well in panic, which I understand. But we're not adding height. But like you said, we're extending. The 915 and 957 are on the opposite end of the building and could not possibly physically incur any kind of shade from this construction. So I continue to say it's minor and it's in the spirit of what's been done already. And anyway, that's all I have to say, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tiburce, what about Ms. Dean's comments about an invasion of her privacy on her deck?
Absolutely. Thanks for reminding me, Mr. Chairman. I believe the plan includes a high privacy fence anyway, and there is no way anybody can see her deck. I mean, it's just like any deck in any backyard. No one's going to be physically able to see into her deck. I'm not sure where the issue. Why is this even a concern?
Are you saying she has a fence?
Well, I'm saying we will have one, but there's a privacy fence between the two decks. Now it's not open. In fact, she had her deck redone last year. She has at least 6 feet, if not higher, and so will we. So I'm not understanding that particular concern.
Can I ask you a quick question? Because I've been studying the
just a minute.
The photo.
Just a minute. Oh, Aaron.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Aaron.
Yeah, it's Aaron.
Who you were?
Yeah, it's me. Sorry. Yes, I should identify myself. It's Aaron. So I've been studying your case and looking at the Google map. I think it's. Can you just explain how that whole structures along the laneway is? Like, you own one piece of it, or you own the whole thing? Because there are also other, I call them rooftop units. Okay, the third floor is all along this level. And I assume the neighbor just don't want to see another mushroom pop out from this mass, looking over the backyard and blocking the sun. I think that's where the concern is. But I just want to understand, your ownership is just one slice of it at 40 Ainsworth Road?
That is correct. I own just Unit 1.
So this is a row house or what?
Yes, it is. You could think of it as a townhouse. You could think of it as a row house or a townhouse. And the top floor is half deck, a good size too, by the way, which would allow me to do this, and one bedroom today.
Because your neighbor on the opposite of this, where I just call this row house, okay, on the last unit of this row house, let's say you're row house number 1, and the last one already have a third floor at the corner. And
that is correct, sir.
Down below, he didn't put it just because he wants a skylight. And then unit number 2 basically have a coverage of more than 75%. Same for your neighbor. So you're basically seeing what your neighbor's doing, and then you just want to do one for yourself.
That's exactly, actually, Unit 4 is exactly what I'd like to do. Exactly, carbon copy. Charlotte Dean, who is opposing this, has a kitchen on the top floor. So she has habitable space as well. So again, it's a bit of, I find it a bit unfair, frankly, because, and all the neighbors who are opposing this, they all have 3 stories too, by the way. So, it's like the kettle calling the pot black, or the other way around, sorry. Yeah, I'm a little mystified by the opposition.
If the tree is on your east side, and it's really hard that you'll be blocking it, but it's like only on when the sun is on the west, but then you already have something behind it.
And in fact, we have taken great care not to have windows facing outside, so people can say, you're looking down on my backyard or, my living room and all that. So we did it so that the windows are basically facing inwards on ourselves, and we have privacy fence and for the deck. So no one will be able to see in and out of it.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand the complex of this row house correctly and the ownership of each person. And I guess there's a history of development in this very interesting lot. Nowadays, I don't think it would be permitted to construct anything like that. Okay.
It is an interesting building. It's a historical building. It's a former factory, as someone mentioned. Mm-hmm. But it's a lovely building. It's made of concrete. This thing is bulletproof. Mm-hmm. And I find it great that we can, reuse buildings like this instead of taking them down and create high density, fairly high density, 4 units, 4 apartments. Mm-hmm. No yards, green decks, whatever.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. So anybody have any further questions, or would somebody have a motion?
I'll put forward a motion. I was surprised when I saw the amount of objection to this, because I think it really is truly minor.
Sorry.
We're not increasing the height of the building.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry to cut you off, Peter. Through you, Mr. Chair. There was a registrant that hasn't gotten a chance to speak, and I don't believe he's on your list, which is why we didn't get to him. His name is Philip Troe, and I can put him on right now to voice his opinion.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I guess I can be heard now.
Yeah.
I'm at 953.
Hi, Philip.
Troe.
Philip, can you hear us?
This is the house that is.
Just a minute.
Can you hear me?
Philip, I'm going to take you off mute. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes. I'm at 953, which is on the the west side of the building of unit number 1. And my concern is, as I said in my notice of objection, that the problem with invasion of privacy, looking down into my backyard, looking back into the east side of my house through all the windows, I'll have to have curtains up. Now, there was, when the building was originally converted from a warehouse into these condos, it converted, there's now a sidewalk beside my house, and there's also a window that was originally intended to be frosted but has now been changed to clear so people can still see through in my backyard. And I'm concerned that there'll be further invasions of looking into my backyard from this unit if there's changes to the upper floor which become a window. I was understanding this was going to be not a bedroom but a sort of a patio area up there, but I'm not sure now what it's going to be. I'm just concerned about the invasion of looking into my backyard and into the back of my house. So that was the reason for my objections.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. DeBurse, do you have comments with respect to Mr. Trow's comments?
I do, Mr. Speaker. I would respectfully suggest that there's a misunderstanding because the extension is on the opposite end of the building and does not in any way, shape, or form create any line of sight whatsoever to 953 Logan. It is literally being built on the other side. And unless you can see through drywall, and I can't, there will be nothing, including no new windows facing 953 Logan.
Are you sure,
Have you
sir?
been using your binoculars or at the patio a lot? Oh, God.
Okay. Mr. DeBurse?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we just had a picture went up on the screen that showed that 953 seemed to be behind the area where you were going to put your addition. Although it appears to be on the other side, it appears to be on the other side of the existing addition that looks out on 953. So are you saying that it wouldn't look out on 953 at all because it's in the other part of the building?
That is indeed what I'm saying, sir. It's physically impossible. There's already a loft blocking that view, and we're building on the other side with no construction, including no new windows and certainly no line of sight on Logan Avenue.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, panel, any further questions or do we have a motion? Peter, you were bringing a motion before we...
Yeah, thank you. I'll continue that. Just as I was saying, I think that this is very reasonable. It's enclosing part of an existing deck. It's not increasing height. There's no overlook. As the applicant has said, the new windows are facing onto the existing deck. And this is replicating what's already happened within the building, and I can see no negative impacts on neighboring properties. So I put forward a motion to approve with no conditions.
Do I have a seconder? All right, Kathleen? Okay, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 2, 322 Russell Hill Road. Purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached house with an integral garage containing a parking stacker, a rear ground floor terrace, in-ground swimming pool, and detached cabana in the rear yard. On this application, we have materials submitted by the applicant, and we have a report from Urban Forestry. Mr. Wengel, are you here?
Sorry, if I may, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out that we did have a speaker in opposition, Greg Coleman. He was in the hearing, but he's since left. He sent me an email stating that he couldn't be here any longer, and his concern was with regard to FSI, if that could be brought into discussion.
Okay, Mr. Wengel?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Richard Wengel, 102 Avenue Road.
Okay. So you heard that Mr. Coleman, who was in opposition, is no longer on the line, and his concern was FSI. So in your presentation, perhaps you could speak to that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. If the presentation material can be brought up just on the screen, I can just ask to be brought to page number 2. Thank you. And before you is a proposal for a 3-story house. The 3rd floor is contained wholly within the roof, within a permitted height. This house is a mirror image of a house that we designed at 320 Russell Hill, which is just south of it, about 11 years ago. It was heard at the committee in 2008 and was approved. Reason for it was a slightly longer extension on the back due to a garage that was literally on the property line, so we built a 1-story addition against that. I currently reside at 320 Russell Hill Road, so we were approached by this owner to design the house in a similar manner, trying to respect the north neighbor at number 324, but mirroring our house in the same fashion, the same idea with the cabana, etc. What I'd ask you to do is just to look at this. You'll see the site plan, you'll see the existing home outlined in green and the garage outlined in green, and you can see overview how we've lined up with the neighbor to the north, and we've definitely mirrored the house at 320. If we were then to go to page number 3, I can address the FSI. This is a tally of all the committee decisions. Sweet. Yeah, and we just rotate that. And the site in question is in blue, and you'll see that circled at FSI of 74.56. And just within the immediate neighborhood, there's 4 houses that exceed that in the 78, 87, 76, and 81, just within, I'd say, within a 1-minute walk. And as you go further north, the densities increase. So this is well within keeping with what's been granted in the area, and it's commensurate with, I believe it does pass the 4 tests. If you then go to page 4, you'll see length of dwelling variances. So part of the, back 1 page, please. Yeah, there's a length map, and again, shown in blue is the subject property, and then circled are other houses that have various lengths and depths. And one of the solutions to our client's concerns is that he does have 3 cars and wanted to be able to park them indoors, and we didn't want to do a double garage, so we did a single garage entry with a stacker. And one of the cars is actually located subterranean in the driveway, below the driveway in front of the car, which then attributes to part of the length of the dwelling. Although it's completely below grade, and we've done this on numerous occasions within the Forest Hill area, we think it's a good urban solution if people do require more than 1 or 2 cars without having to have double car garage doors. Last page is just showing a rendering of the house in a traditional style. Again, there's no height variance on it. It's a classical house. It replaces a Edwardian style brick house. This will be a combination of brick and stone. I do believe it does pass the 4 tests of the Planning Act. Planning has sided with us and has no concerns on our application, and we are aware of the urban forestry comments, and we'll be able to deal with them.
Panel, do we have any questions of Mr. Wengel? No questions? Do we have a motion?
I think I would put forward a motion to support. I think it's in keeping with the general neighborhood, subject to condition, urban forestry condition 2.
Seconder? All in favor? Aaron? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Number 4, 45 COLIN. Purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, rear deck, and rear 3rd-story balcony. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have opposition from 40 COLIN Avenue, and we have someone on the line from 47 COLIN Avenue. Mr. Wengel, you still there?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so perhaps you could tell us about this application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. So this is a proposal for a 3-story dwelling. Essentially, it's 2 stories with a roof, and we are locating some of our FSI within the roof. If we have the package, you can see outlined in red is the permissible outline. And so we have made the house fit entirely within the footprint, with the exception of the south side, where we're requesting, actually we have a greater variance, a greater setback than required, at 4 feet or 1.2 meters. But on the southeast corner, we've located our breakfast extension just slightly closer to the property line at number 43. Again, this will have an integral stacker as well. If we turn to page number 3 on our package that we've submitted, there's an FSI map, and you'll see on both sides of the page are densities of 0.6. And we've circled in red in our immediate neighborhood examples of 0.89, 0.87, 0.82. We are asking for 0.83. Again, without the second floor, I believe, or third floor, I believe our FSI on our first page is at 68.8. So we're asking for approximately another 15% of FSI that sits wholly within the roof. There's a slight height variance of 9.81 meters. And if we turn to page number 4, that is a map that has showed
sorry, Richard, we're having technical issues with Adobe.
No worries.
I'm just going to pull it up again.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You want to comment
Thank
on
you very
this
much.
page?
Okay, so on this, yes, so circled in blue is our proposed dwelling at 9.81, and then you'll see circled within the area are other height variances that have been granted at 9.81 on the same street at number 64. And then on the other streets on Eastbourne, 9.92, 10.06, 9.99, and it continues. There's 2 more examples over 9 meters at 9.96 and 11. So these have all been approved at committee. Again, we did work hard with the planning department to achieve this number, and they support us on this, and we feel that this does pass the 4 tests of the Planning Act. It's minor in nature and is desirable. We also have a photo, a little rendering of our house on page number 5. And you'll see it reads as a 2-story house with a roof, and there's, again, partial 3rd floor occupancy with a dormer.
All right. Panel, do you have any questions of Mr. Wengel?
No, thanks.
No questions? Okay, move on now to Mr. Butler, or Miss Butler, I don't know which.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. or Mrs. Butler was not in the hearing. I phoned them, they joined the hearing, and they have left the hearing again. So
So did they tell you what their concern was?
They did not, and I would not.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, panel. Any questions, or do we have a motion?
I have no questions, and I'd be happy to put forward a motion. I think it's a reasonable development, especially in that it's mirroring what's happening in the neighborhood, and I can't see any negative impacts. I can't see any negative impacts on the neighbors, so I would move to approve subject to urban forestry condition 1 and 2.
We have a seconder. Kathleen, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Move on now to number 7344 Crawford Street. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by adding a rear third-story addition, a rear basement walkout, a rear deck, and a detached garage. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from planning, and opposition from 346 Crawford Street. Ms. O, are you on the line?
Hi, Mr. Chair and committee. Yes, my name is Stephanie Au, and I'm the architect and agent speaking on behalf of the owners at 344 Crawford Street.
Yes.
So this proposal is for the interior alterations to the existing 2.5-story house, along with a third floor addition at the rear. We have reviewed this proposal with planning staff, and in the process have made modifications to the design such that planning staff is satisfied with the variances being requested. So this proposal triggers 8 minor variances, 2 of which are of duplicate, and I'd like to give the following reasons for their requests with this presentation. So I'm going to address variances listed as number 1 and 1 on the list with slide number 1. So these 2 variances address the height, one for the current zoning bylaw and the other for the former zoning bylaw, 43886. So the height variance is triggered by the third floor addition at the rear, which is requested to be at 10.87 meters. The height does not impact the existing house as perceived from Crawford Street, since it is at the rear. And also to note, the existing front roof peak sits higher than the proposed height of the addition at 11.4 meters. So if you could move to slide 2, please. This is for variances listed as number 2 and 4, which pertain to the FSI and garage GFA. So the GFA with the third floor addition requires an FSI variance of 1.04. We'd like to note that the existing house already has an FSI of 0.91. We believe that this variance is due to the nature of developing on an urban lot, where lot sizes will trigger such variances with any addition proposed. As you can see in the slide number 2, there is precedent within the neighborhood for approved similar height and FSI variances. Variance number 4, the GFA of the garage. This is also triggered by the existing lot condition, where the property line jogs at the rear. And we believe it would be ideal to build the garage lot line to lot line to eliminate any little tiny spaces that raccoon families might potentially nest in. We are requesting a slightly larger GFA for this garage. So if you could please flip to slide 3, I will speak to variances listed number 3 and 5, which pertain to the rainwater leader at the north side and the height of the proposed front porch. So due to the existing house condition, these variances are triggered. The rainwater leader, which impedes into the side yard setback, is due to the existing side main wall located so close to the side property line. Since we are attached on the southern side, the rainwater leader, by necessity, has to go in this location. The front porch height is due to the height of the existing ground floor, which is set relatively high to established grade. The front porch by nature will need to be this height in order to provide access to the existing ground floor level. So variances number 6 and 7, which pertain to the platform encroachment on the front yard and front yard landscaping. So you can see on the image to the right where our property line is located in relation to our front yard. These variances are being triggered due to the existing front yard being so shallow. This makes the front porch impede into the front yard setback. Similarly, the existing walkway to the house means that the front yard does not have any space for softscaping. We wish to minimize alterations to the front yard as much as possible, as we are located within the tree protection zone of the large city-owned tree. So in conclusion, the extent of the alterations to the existing house do not modify the existing footprint of the building, and the proposed third floor addition is located at the rear, therefore has no contextual impact on Crawford Street. The owners have gone around to their neighbors and collected 6 signatures of support, and that has been submitted to planning staff. The neighbors have had conversation with their neighbor to the north at 346 Crawford Street, and there has been some concerns raised by this neighbor in regards to the fence that is being proposed and the third floor addition height impeding on sunlight. So if you please can flip to the next slide. You can see on the site plan diagram that the proposed fence at the rear of the property is actually being built within our property, so it will be completely as of right. So we do not believe that this should be an issue. Additionally, we are proposing to demolish the tree, which you can see highlighted right next to the fence, which should allow for greater sunlight access to the neighbor to the north. And committee, if you refer to drawing D401 in the drawing package that was submitted along with this application, you can see that we are proposing to demolish a 2-story wooden deck structure, which will allow for greater sunlight access to our neighbor to the north. We believe that the variances requested by this proposal are minor in nature and ultimately maintains the general intent of the zoning bylaw and official plan. Thank you.
All right. Panel, do you have any questions? No questions? Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Lima?
Yes, hello. The concern that we're having with the property is the fact that the lighting that's being blocked all of the second floor, the current extension that's going to be added. But more concerning that we're having is that the gate that's being installed in the fence, which has access straight to our backyard, there are 4 windows on the ground level, 2 doors in the back, and there would be an issue of privacy. Also, the home has been purchased over 50 years. Not once has there ever been a gate put into the place. As you can see on the floor plan, that will have direct access to our backyard. We also have someone with a special needs who goes to the backyard, and to be having people walking through that walkway constantly, having exposed to the bedroom windows poses an issue. So as you can see where that gate is, that is directly to the backyard. And once you open that gate, you will be exposed to 2 doors, 1 door to the basement and 1 door to the level 1. I mean, we have no need why there would be a gate there. We understand the right of way, so to speak, from what we're understanding right now. But once my parents did purchase that home, that was never there in the place, and we will feel completely exposed to our neighbor to choose when to come and go through that walkway, having us no privacy at all in the backyard.
So that is an existing right-of-way?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, when my parents just purchased a house over 50 years, we had no understanding there was a right-of-way. Right now, for the first time, we're looking at this floor plan and we're seeing a sign that says right-of-way. I mean, there's a fence. We put a fence on the front of the house just because we've had people who actually been through that walkway, which we've had some theft from bicycles that we had on the back. We're just having a concern because right there on those 4 windows that we have, it is a bedroom, ground level, no bars. And now to have people walking through the walkway, really, we have no see what need it is. My parents are living there. They're 74 years old. They're completely concerned of who will be walking through that pathway and leaving us completely, the backyard, completely exposed, while our neighbor has a fence, completely private, and we will have no privacy.
Okay, does any member of the panel have any questions of Mr. Lima? Okay, we go back to Ms. O. Can you comment on Mr. Lima's concerns?
Yes, so we would like to state again that we are building within our property and at the boundary of the existing right-of-way. So we don't believe that, we believe that what we're proposing is as of right.
Yeah. Does anyone have any questions?
I do. It's Aaron, hi. So I just want to know, how are you going to address the issue about privacy from the neighbor?
So currently there exists a fence there already. So I believe that the issues of privacy are not really being made worse by providing this fence within our property line. In fact,
your expansion would not allow, like, it's not going to increase the privacy problem. Is that what you mean?
yes, the purpose of this proposal is for the owners. The owners will be the sole occupants of this building. So the access to the backyard through this fence will not be used by any tenants or anyone else living on the property. It is strictly as a secondary access for the owners.
Any further questions?
Yeah, do you mind showing that part your neighbor was describing, Mr. Lima was describing on the screen, so we can all see
So yeah.
Are we looking to see the existing right-of-way?
So if you go back to the survey, the existing right-of-way is indicated, and we are respecting the location of that right-of-way by building the fence along the boundary.
Yeah. So that's a registered right-of-way?
Yes.
Okay, I take it from what Mr. Lima says that your neighbor, nobody living in 344 used the right-of-way.
That is correct. Currently, there is a fence within that right-of-way.
There's a fence in the right-of-way?
Yes, there's a board fence within the right-of-way, which is technically non-conforming.
Well, depends. Is your client able to make use of the right-of-way despite the board fence?
No, the setback between our building and that fence is less than 1 foot.
Oh. So whose fence are you going to tear down that board fence?
It would be something that we would negotiate along with the neighbor at 346.
But in order to use your gate, to use the secondary entrance to your client's property, they need to tear down that fence. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So you don't know who built it?
No, we do not know.
Okay. All right, but it interferes with your right-of-way?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Does anyone have any further questions? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'm happy to put forward a motion. I understand the neighbor's concern about the fence and the gate, but I think once that's actually sorted out with the removal of the existing fence and the building of the new, that will actually provide privacy and allow access as 344 should have. In terms of the actual proposal for the building, I think it's very reasonable and it's well maintained within the existing kind of massing of the building. So I would move to approve the application with no conditions.
We have a seconder. Aaron, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee.
Next application is number 10, 151 Langley Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear third-story addition with a rear third-story deck balcony. On this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have two form letters in support. From 168 Victor, we have opposition from a solicitor representing the occupants in 153 Langley, and 17 form letters in opposition from, well, I assume all these letters are from people living on Langley Avenue. It doesn't indicate where they are. Mr. Watson, are you there?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, my name is Warren Cooney.
Hello. The owner, Warren Cooney, is going to be speaking for this component. If someone can unmute him, please.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and staff, and thank you for virtually hearing our presentation. I'm Warren Cooney, and I reside intermittently at 151 Langley with Lynn Bushell, my partner and fiance. Lynn owns 151 and has lived there for over 8 years. Our proposal's purpose is to add additional living space to allow me and my two children to live with Lynn and her two children and blend our families. Suffice it to say that initial delays in scheduling, pandemic-related suspensions, and rescheduling in an unexpectedly rapid period resulted in a suboptimal situation for all. Nevertheless, Lynn and I communicated with Chris and Rob Ito, our abutting neighbors at 153, both face-to-face and via emails before the middle of July. We also dropped off summary information to other neighbors within a 60-meter radius on both Langley and Victor Avenues, inviting them to contact us to discuss any concerns. The first and only reply came from Chris and Rob in an August 10 email, followed by their council's opposition brief on August 12th. In the fall of 2017, the committee issued a decision for 123 Langley, which is located in the same block between Howland and Logan as 151. 9.63 rear exterior main wall height and 1.19 FSI variances were approved, along with other variances, to alter that existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3-story addition with a rear 3rd-floor deck and a rear detached garage. Apart from the detached garage, our proposal is almost identical to that of 123. I'll now ask Gary to speak to some of the more technical architectural elements subject to the variances. Thank you.
Mr. Cooney, I'm sorry, we only want to hear from one person. Are you?
Okay. I'm going to fly a little bit off the seat of my pants here. When I talk about the building density.
Just a minute. Okay. Mr. Cooney.
And both Gary, yeah.
Mr. Cooney, we'll hear from Mr. Watson, but he's got 3.5 minutes. Okay, we'll give him your remaining time.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
who will be doing the rebuttal?
Yeah, who's?
Only one person will be allowed to do the rebuttal.
Okay.
That is fine. That is fine. Apologies to the committee for this hiccup. There's 3 variances that we're asking for. The 2 primary variances is building height and building density. Referring to architectural drawing P04, the zoning regulation for the rear main walls is 7.5 meters. Our request is to construct the rear main walls at 9.82. The purpose of this request is to match the roof peak of the existing house, as you can see in the photo, which is below the maximum building height noted in 10.10.40.10 of the zoning regulations of 10 meters. Since this is a tight lot, we kept the east and west walls vertical to the 3rd floor roof. However, the 3rd floor south elevation was set back to reduce the appearance of the mass. This is intended to serve as the same function as a sloped roof would be on the south elevation. To preserve the neighborhood character, we carefully considered the street elevation, as you see in this image, by not modifying the existing street facade. From a review of Committee of Adjustment decisions approving similar height variances within relevant distance of Riverdale, 10 allowed heights equal or greater to 9.82 meters. In terms of building density, our request for a floor space index of 1.21 in lieu of the zoning regulation of 0.69, where the existing is 0.72, after review of C of A decisions approving similar FSI variances within a relevant distance in Riverdale, we noticed that 5 properties were granted FSIs greater than 1.21 and 20 above 1. Again, just down the street at 123 Langley was approved with a density of 1.19, and 140 Victor was approved 1.29. This illustrates how this proposal is in keeping with the neighborhood and the committee's past decisions. We're asking to increase the size of an existing 110 square meter house to 185 square meters, which is below 2,000 square feet. In our view, a house of this size did not seem like an unreasonable request. Referring to architectural context plan P03, you will see that an occupied 3rd story is not common in this neighborhood. You'll notice the existing dwelling is one of the smallest on the street, as you can see with the dashed line. Even with the proposed 5-foot setback, we're not as deep as many other houses in the neighborhood. If you look at the opposition PDF on page 8, there are aerial photos that illustrate many of the houses in this block on Langley Avenue and Victor. Many of these are 3 stories with 3rd floor balconies. The proposed design would not have a greater mass or height impact than the neighboring houses on the 3rd floor development of 149 and 155 Langley. Okay, so sorry, I got caught looking at the photos here. We haven't quite made it to the PDF page 8. The adjacent house at 153 Langley has a south elevation that has a small bedroom window and a sliding glass door at grade. We conducted a shade study and we shared it with our neighbor, which illustrates the proposed addition has a minimum impact on the south elevation of the adjacent dwelling. The south elevation was partially shaded in the late afternoon at around 2 o'clock in March, June, and September.
Mr. Watson,
yep, I'm over.
Okay. Just wind up, please.
Sure. Just to conclude with rear yard landscaping, we're proposing a permeable pea gravel. We're not proposing hard landscaping. So this does not interfere with surface water runoff. we can end it there.
All right, thank you. Ms. Dean?
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura Dean, and I'm a lawyer with the law firm of Aird & Burles. I appear before the committee today on behalf of the owners of 153 Langley Avenue, Kristen and Robert Ito. Our client's property is the semi-detached home that is immediately abutting the proponent's property to the east. I'm before you today on behalf of my clients to object to 2 of the 3 requested minor variances. Specifically, the first minor variance is for an increase in the maximum permitted wall height of the rear exterior main wall, and minor variance number 2, which is to increase the maximum permitted floor space index from 0.69 times the area of the lot to 1.21 times the area of the lot. It's my submission that the minor variances, both individually and collectively, fail to meet the 4 tests that are set out in Section 45 of the Planning Act, and so the application must fail. I'm going to address each part of the test. First, the minor variances fail to maintain the intent and purpose of the citywide zoning bylaw. The intent and purpose of a zoning bylaw is not always easy to discern, but in this case, there is a staff report from the chief planner, which is attached to my letter of objection at page 10 or attachment 3. This report is dated April 7th, 2010, and provides clear insight regarding the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaws provisions, which are in issue in this application. Looking at that report, there's a highlighted portion that says, residents were of the view that the midpoint height measurement is there to encourage pitched roof buildings and that the FSI GFA limit would preclude a 3rd-story flat roof building. Now, you've just seen the plans that were presented by the proponent's architect. The committee will remember that this minor variance application proposes exactly what's meant to be precluded in this neighborhood, specifically a 3-story flat roof building, which greatly exceeds the permitted FSI. Exceeding the permitted FSI by the order of magnitude that's requested by the proponent is clearly beyond the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw as it applies to this area. And as a result, the application fails to meet this branch test. Moving to my second submission, the variances do not maintain the intent and purpose of the official plan. If you please turn to attachment 4 or page 14 of my objection letter. The subject property is designated neighborhoods pursuant to the OP, and the official plan requires development to respect and reinforce the prevailing heights, massing, scale, and density of nearby residential properties. You'll see from this map, the area is predominantly made up of 2-story and 2.5-story homes. Permitting the creation of a 3-story home with the density that's been provided or proposed is out of keeping with the physical character of the neighborhood, and would also set a precedent for significant intensification in the Riverdale neighborhood and compromise its stability. As a result, the proposed minor variances do not meet the intent and purpose of the official plan. And I would also note that this proposal doesn't meet any of the official plan's objectives with respect to providing a full range of housing options. My third submission, the minor variances are not minor. The proposed addition would result in a built form with an FSI that's 1.21 times the area of the lot. That is double what is permitted in the neighborhood. It's double the permitted base allowable FSI. If you could please scroll to page 21 of the PDF, which is attachment 5. Now, Mr. Watson referred to some of the minor variance applications that have been approved by the committee within the vicinity of the area. I would note 123 Langley was approved in 2017 and is really an outlier in its FSI of 1.19. 140 Victor was also mentioned, and I would note in that case that minor variance was to permit a second unit. So that was to increase rental housing, which is something that the city has an objective of trying to support. So in this case, collectively, the minor variances would result in a home with a program that's really just too big for this lot, and it's too out of keeping with existing density in this area for the application to be considered minor, so it must fail this branch of the test. And my final submission, the proposal is not desirable for the appropriate development of the property. If you could please turn to attachment 6 or page 14, that's right. If you look here, this is a model that was created by my client's designer. what you can see from here is that
Ms. Steen, you're running out of time. Would you please wrap up?
Pardon me. Yes, you can see that the extension it goes to both sides of the lot, and it also creates an imposing mass that has no wide openings on a wall. It will loom over our client's property and create overlook. Creates a bulky form. It's not desirable for the appropriate development of the property. And it's also noted in the 17 objection letters that my client submitted as part of its objection. So there are neighbors on Langley Avenue who agree with my client's position. So in summary, the proposal fails to meet the 4 tests under Section 45 of the Planning Act. If the committee disagrees with me and sees fit to approve the variances, I would request that the variances be modified in the following manner. First, the permitted FSI be capped at 1.0. Second, the variance for rear wall height be reduced in a manner that would provide for an 8-foot or 2.44 meter ceiling height in the 3rd-story addition. And 3, that the committee impose a condition requiring the installation of a privacy screen on the east side of the proposed 3rd-story balcony. Thank you for your time today, and if there are any questions, please let me know.
Okay, panel, any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. In regard to attachment 6, which shows the 2 different views of the addition, there's a large red portion, but there is an existing building behind that. Is that correct? Within that red massing that you're showing?
That is correct. The proposal is for an extension to the existing 1st and 2nd stories, and then an addition of a 3rd story. So what you see in red is the proposal.
Right. Well, part of the proposal. All I'm saying is that I find it a little misleading because I think we're not seeing what's already there. It's just showing, from just looking at this on its own, it looks like there's a doubling in mass of the house, or more than a doubling in mass of the house, and I think it's less.
That is close to what is being proposed here.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
All right, any further questions?
I have a quick question. What is the ceiling height in the rear bedroom in the addition? Is it up over 9 feet, or could it be reduced to 8 feet to reduce the bulk of the addition?
You asking Ms. Dean that question?
No, the applicant.
Oh, well, we haven't got back to the applicant yet. Let's hear from the applicant, and then you can ask the question. Mr. Watson?
Okay.
Again, Warren would like to speak to the response, and I will not speak this time.
Okay. Mr. Cooney?
Yeah, I'm here. You'll forgive my rustiness with respect to architectural details, but we did have a conversation with the designer for Chris and Rob, together with Gary, last Friday, and I think it's safe to say that the conclusion by what seems to be on paper a proposal to reduce the height of the ceiling would not get us to what they propose as a concession to the 1.0 FSI variant. So it's not reducing the height of that ceiling on the 3rd floor would not give them what they wanted and what they said they would be willing to, if you will, agree to, were we to make that concession.
All right, Mr.
I hope
Cooney.
it answers the question.
All right, Mr.
Yes.
Cooney, what's the existing height and what's the existing FSI?
The existing, I know that the existing FSI of the building as it is 0.72, and the proposed FSI is 1.21, and the existing height of the building
Of the exterior main wall.
It's we're asking for 9.82. The limit is 7.5.
Yeah, but what is the existing height?
6 meters.
6 meters is 6 meters is the existing height.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, it's Aaron. I just want to ask the applicant a question. So you saw those presentations from the opponent's lawyer, and do you disagree with any of those images? Are they truly representing what has been designed? Just to be fair.
Yeah. I agree. Thank you for the question, Mr. Chang. And I think that Mr. Reed's comment that the red rendering at attachment 6 appears that is entirely new, and that's not correct. In a perfect world, we would have had an opportunity to sort of draw a dotted line to show you what is existing and what is proposed. So the house currently has a first and second floor. It does not go back 5 feet as it does in this rendering, and there is no third floor on the top with a balcony. Perhaps in my concluding remarks, I can address those issues because I had read the brief of our lawyers, of our neighbors' lawyers, and I will be addressing the points that they raised. I will.
This is
Mr.
your
Chang,
opportunity, Mr. Cooney. This is your
Okay,
opportunity.
I just have one last question before you jump to that point. So can you go to your own drawing P32?
Mr. Chair, maybe
So
the
the
applicant
slide-
can do his rebuttal and then we can ask questions.
Yeah, Mr. Chang, can we hold the questions until Mr. Cooney finishes his rebuttal? Go ahead, Mr. Cooney.
All right. Thank you. So our two direct neighbors to the south at 166 and 168 Victor, whose properties back onto the alley and our lot, support the proposal. The owners of 149 Langley, our immediate westerly neighbors, have not objected to the proposal. Various individuals residing beyond the 60-meter notice radius were approached by Chris and Rob and provided with certain information, including a form letter of opposition. In the past days, Lynn and I proactively communicated with these people and have had 4 productive conversations with the residents of 104, 125, and 147 Langley and 162 Victor. And many of these individuals appear to have signed the form letter of opposition without a fulsome understanding of the proposal or the requested variances. We can't turn back the clock, but since receipt of Chris and Rob's detailed concerns, we worked quickly with our architect, Mr. Watson, while he was away on vacation, and Chris and Rob's designer, Mr. Goulding, to discuss their concerns with good faith and goodwill. Lynn, Gary, and I had a 2-hour conference call with John on August 14th to discuss privacy, shade and light, their Japanese maple, placement of the air conditioner, and impact of the shared party wall. There were subsequent back and forth communications, including our provision of a shade study provided and prepared by Gary. We had not received any responses from any other neighbors to discuss their concerns until after we reiterated our invitation in the last few days. In short, we have been and remain open to discussing our neighbors' concerns. In our view, the proposal meets the 4 tests and maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan and the zoning bylaw. It will contribute a renovated home that is contextually appropriate and quite compatible with the existing residential uses. We purposely did not make any changes to the front of the house to maintain the architectural symmetry of the facade shared with Chris and Rob at 153.
Mr.
The recent
Cooney,
very similar renovation.
Mr. Cooney, could you wrap up? Your time is up.
Yeah, I can. So I think if you turn to, and this will address the question that Mr. Chang had, if you turn to attachment 4, which is on page 12 of the opposition brief filed by Airden Billis. So, Ms. Dean made the representation. This is out of keeping. I think you have to go a little bit more. It's attachment 4, page 12. Go back a little bit. Yeah, there. I would submit that it's not accurate to suggest that the proposed structures are out of step with other homes on the block or in the neighborhood. And if you look at this attachment 4 on page 12, the color coding is inaccurate. We respectfully suggest that the applicant's context plan, P03, if you turn back to our P03, it's right. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. That's it. Yeah. If you look here, it's a more accurate representation of what exists as a 3-story and a 2-story. And the preponderance of homes on the street are 3-story, not 2-story. In fact, there are 13 3-story and 8 2-story structures on both sides, both the south and north side of Langley, and all the houses on Victor in the block between Howland and Logan. So to characterize us as building a monster house, a monster 3-story flat-roofed house in a neighborhood of 2-story houses is simply, if you just look at, just Google the block, and you can draw your own conclusions. But our representation is that it's in keeping. And as a final point, the representation that, you know, this is not adding any new housing stock, well, certainly for me and my 2 children, it is, and allowing us to blend our families in a neighborhood in which the kids go to school.
Thank you.
And Gary and I would be happy to answer any additional questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Any further questions, panel? So I have a question, Mr. Cooney. Are you saying that there's a lot of misinformation being put forward?
There's no ill will, but I think that when somebody outside the 60-meter radius responds to us after we proactively speak to them, because we received copies of these opposition letters, not having gone to them initially because they were outside what we understood was the radius, and they said to us that, you know, you're building this monster house of 3 stories and it's going to be the biggest house on the block. There's clearly a misunderstanding of what it is, and in a perfect world, had we been able to dialogue with these individuals and sit down with them, I think that there would have been much fewer letters of opposition. But, you know, so that's my perception. I'm not implying that there was a campaign of misinformation. I'm saying that you know, the representation of the arguments and the massing don't appear. I mean, you have to look at the broader context. And Ms. Dean pointed to, you know, that 123 Langley was an anomaly, and we point to 123 Langley to say that there's a precedent set, and it's not the only one in the neighborhood. And if you drew that circle in a broader radius, you would see that there are many other houses in and around Langley and Victor and Logan that are similar to ours. And finally, with the addition, as proposed, 5 feet back and 3 feet over, we would still be one of the smallest houses with respect to footprint and depth on that block, specifically between Howland and Logan.
That's in part because you have a smaller lot?
Correct. It's a smaller lot, 16 feet wide, 103 feet deep, and many of the other houses on the street. And you know, when you're dealing with that sort of space, you know, an additional 1 or 2 feet, as you very well know, there's sort of the voodoo mathematics of the FSI calculations when you have an additional foot or 2. So.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Any further questions, or do we have discussion or a motion? I mean, we've had this kind of thing before where the FSI, Mr. Cooney's quite right, if you have a smaller lot, FSI goes up pretty quickly, even if you're building a very reasonably sized house. So, and I don't know whether the people outside the 60-meter limit, as Mr. Cooney said, were opposed. I don't know whether they got the plans or they didn't get the plans. So I don't know how seriously we can take those form letters of opposition. Yeah, I know, but who does? Yeah, not necessarily these.
My comment is the building itself isn't that big when you consider the location of it in the lot, but it does create a pretty large impact to his neighbor, 153. I think that's the reason why you know, we have this argument. And when I'm going through the Google map of Langley Avenue, it's kind of interesting because it depends how you consider or how you define 3 stories building. Some of them are 2.5, some of them are not really 3, but overall you won't notice it from the street front. You probably will only notice it in the laneway, and if I'm standing at Logan, I wouldn't even see this expansion at all. So the only person who got impact is really just his neighbors next door.
But I didn't hear from Ms. Dean too much about impact. All I heard about was that it violated the zoning bylaws. I don't think she said there's shadows, there's this, there's that. There's lack of privacy. I don't remember hearing that.
I agree. I can't see a significant impact on 153. I think there are some concerns of overlook, but we could put in a condition about screening of the third floor balcony. But I think it's a reasonable proposal.
Do you want to make a motion, Peter?
Yes, I do. I put forward a motion to approve. I think that the applicants made a strong effort to maintain the street view and the street character, and has obviously put the density in the back. But I think it is masked in a way that is not excessively impactful on the neighbors. I do want to say that I think that the attachment 6 provided by Aaron Burles is very misleading, and that's not helpful. But I would like to add the condition of screening on the third floor balcony of 1.5 meter opaque siding, subject to, as a condition to the approval.
Is this on one side or on the entire balcony?
On the east side.
Deputy Secretary Treasurer is asking east or west?
East.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Yes, okay. Kathleen seconded. All in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee and staff.
Okay, number 12. 760 Markham Street. Purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached house with a front porch, rear deck, and a rear 3rd-story deck. And we have in this application material submitted by the applicant. We have a report from Urban Forestry. Mr. Fujiwara.
Through you, Mr. Chair, before I let the agent speak, you did have a speaker in opposition from 28 Barton. She was not in the hearing. She didn't respond to a phone call. So your only other speaker is a supporter.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead. Mr. Fujiwara?
Yes.
You're here? So
okay.
Just confirm your name and your address.
I'm David Fujiwara. I'm the agent for the owner. And this is 760 Markham Street. My address is 100 Sunrise.
Okay. Sir, can we have I don't know whether you know, but there was somebody in opposition from 28 Barton Avenue. They are not online. They're not online. We have a supporter only online, so we're going to hear from you and we're going to hear from the supporter, but if you could be very brief.
Okay, I do know that the owner did speak to 28 Barton.
Yes.
And she went down there with a package of drawings and renderings. And apparently the owner at Barton was concerned that the house was going to be too large. She did not see the drawings beforehand, but when she was shown the drawings, she apparently readily said that the house looked fine to her and that she would not be complaining.
Okay. All right, do you have any other point you want to make?
Yes, I understand that there's a letter from Forestry in the file. In I would say that, in fact, the owner has always intended to save this 5-centimeter diameter Korean maple tree that's in the front yard, or dogwood rather. She planted the tree herself. She paid for the tree herself. She did it with her mother. The tree actually has sentimental value to her, and so it's been her intention to transplant the tree temporarily during construction on a neighbor's property, and to save the tree and to replant it in the same position after construction is completed. Yesterday, we were able to file our application with forestry, the application to injure or remove a tree. And it is, we also filed it with an arborist report that recommended that we either protect the tree or transplant the tree. And so we're planning to save it.
Okay.
As requested by forestry.
Okay. Do you have any other comments, sir?
No, other than to say that I do feel that the house is in keeping with the neighborhood.
All right, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? No questions? Okay, we can move on to Leah Eichler.
Eichler, yes. Very briefly, I just wanted to add my support. I think it is very much in line with the houses being built in the neighborhood. I saw the drawings and I think it will be a beautiful addition.
Okay, any questions, panel? Oh, okay, thank you. So I don't believe we have to go back to Mr. Fujiwara. There's no rebuttal necessary. So panel, do you have any questions, or can we have a motion?
I think this is really indicative of what's happening in the neighborhood, and not even just new builds, but existing buildings. I think it fits in well with the context, and the variances requested are minor. I just would ask my colleagues, I'm having a hard time finding the urban forestry conditions. I know they are requesting 5, but I think that's not what we want to include. The condition 1 and 3, perhaps?
My note says
the original, the report dated August 12th is for condition 5, which is denial of the application. But the applicants indicated that they've already applied so they're working with urban forestry. I don't know how to, what the condition would be. Maybe urban forestry, is it a city tree or is it a private tree?
No, it's a private tree.
Or is it a?
But it may be on city property, I don't know.
Well, then it's not a private tree, it's a city tree.
I think it's city property.
Yeah.
So 1 and 2 maybe, just to be on the safe side?
Sure, let's do that. So a motion to approve subject to urban forestry condition 1 and 2.
We have a seconder? Aaron? All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Number 13, 321 Manning Avenue. And the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story detached house by constructing the second story and constructing a 3rd-story addition, and to connect the rear detached garage and to convert the rear detached garage into a laneway suite by constructing a 2nd-story addition. And on this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence in concern from 319 Manning. We have opposition also from 319 Manning, but from someone else. Mr. Mozaffari, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, can we have your submission, please?
Hi, my name is Nushin Mozaffari. I'm here on behalf of my client, owner of 321 Manning Avenue. Our application is very straightforward. We are asking for 4 variances. 2 of them are basically the same under new and old bylaw. We are asking for 10.4 meter of height instead of 10 meter, which is slightly over the allowed height. And also we are asking for wall height at the front and rear. About this variance, if you look at the side elevations, you can see that we have a large step back at the front and another step back at the rear to minimize the impact of this extra wall height that we are asking for. The reason that we need this variance is to have clear height for the windows at front and rear, because the side setbacks are existing to remain, and we have a very limited side setback. We cannot have any light from side walls, and all of the windows are basically located at the front and rear, and we need this wall height to have clear height for the room and windows. And as I said, there is a large step back at the front. I believe the 3rd story steps back for 3.6 meter in compare with the main wall, and we have almost 1 meter step back at the rear to minimize the impact of the wall height. And the last variance is for the GFA or FSI. We are asking for 1.01 times the lot area instead of allowed 0.6%. Times the lot area.
Okay. Does any panel member have any question? Okay. Peter, do you have a question?
Maybe we'll wait till after. I think it'll get addressed in some of the opposition, so I'll wait.
Okay. Ms. Rigatano?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Rigatano was not in the hearing, so I gave her a call. She entered the hearing and then left. Further, Maria Mazzata, who's also in opposition, was not in the hearing, so I gave her a call, and she did not answer her phone.
Okay, so we're down to Mr. Bircher. Is he on the line? Okay.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Would you introduce yourself and tell us your address?
Hi, I'm David Bircher. I'm also representing John Rigatano, who's here with me. He's at 319 Manning. I'm at 331 and Manning Avenue as well.
Okay, can you tell us what your concerns are?
The first concern I have is with the laneway suite, and that it does not conform with Ontario Building Code requirements in regards to access of a through lane for travel of fire access, and there's no pathway for someone to get there in case there is an emergency, and it would put the future residents at an undue risk. And, you know, we just want the neighborhood to be safe. Even if they were to try to use the abutting property and go through Mr. Rigatano's side laneway, his laneway is only 0.85 meters, which is below the 1 meters, which is required by the fire safety and emergency code set out in the bylaw, which I emailed in the opposition letter. And in terms of the height variance of 10.4 meters, there on the drawings there is a clear height of 9 feet on the second story, so it would allow this to be adjusted and still get within a 10 meters, and that height allowance is for a house with a 1 to 4 sloped roof, which this does not have. That was a concern from Ms. Gaetano, as there is no shadow study or anything submitted with this plan. For upmost is the safety of the future residents, and we do not, according to the Langley rules, and even speaking with several colleagues in the fire department, safety department, it does not comply and would put it under risk onto the residents.
So nothing concerning the laneway houses before us with respect to any of the variations. And I think, and I may be corrected by Deputy Secretary Treasurer, that we approve the laneway house and then the owner has to go for other approvals, including from the fire department.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, as you said, there are no variances directly related to the laneway suite, but there is a GFA variance for the house, and under the laneway suite bylaw, that GFA is not included in the overall GFA for the site, but doesn't mean that you shouldn't keep that in mind because it's still massing. But in terms of the building code matters, yes, if you approve something and somebody can't get a building permit because they don't meet building code, then they won't get their building permit.
So, Mr. Bircher, that is something that's another place where the owner may meet or has to satisfy the hurdles that he's got to overcome. It's not up to us.
So right now it was just be the height issue.
That's your issue, yes. That's
your well, it's an issue I'm representing the direct neighbor for here, who is here with me. And it doesn't conform with all the neighboring houses with how the look is with the height. They'd be above even the chimneys of the neighboring houses.
All right. Your time is up, sir. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Bircher?
I do. I'm not sure which neighbor is there with you, but the building directly to the south, I know it was mentioned in a letter and also on the survey, you can see that the existing garage is actually located on the property to the south. Are you able to speak to that?
Who's asking you?
Myself? Hello? Yes, I'm here with John. The fence line, the existing garage on 321 encroaches on your property, correct? Correct. Yes. Yes. About a foot from visual inspection.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any further questions?
I have a quick question. Is this I couldn't see any other laneway suites along the lane, so is this a first for your neighborhood along that stretch of the laneway?
Are you asking me?
Mr. Bircher, yes.
I don't know if it's the first. I do not oppose the laneway suites. I oppose them if they're not safe. They have to
right.
The guidelines. That's it.
No, but this would be the first one along your laneway because I couldn't see any other one along there.
The first conforming. There's some other ones, but I don't know if they were done under the radar in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mozaffari?
Yes. Can I answer the issues that were brought up?
Pardon?
Okay, if I want to answer the issues that our neighbors has mentioned, for the fire access and safety, as you mentioned, for sure we need to get a permit. We already have contacted the fire department and our code consultant is working on this issue. Since the width of the property is very narrow, we cannot provide that access from the front. But as I said, our code consultant is working on the project to propose an alternative solution to satisfy the building code requirements. And for sure, if we don't, if we cannot do that, we won't have any permit to do the laneway housing. But as you said, there is no variance requested in regards to the laneway housing, and it's basically as of right. And I'm not sure if this is the first one in the area or not, but I'm sure that you know better that this is the new thing that City of Toronto is considering to propose secondary units for the lots that have a laneway at the rear to just facilitate more density on these properties that have double access. For the height and shadow, we have submitted a shadow study for your review. The neighboring property that is opposed to this very minor variance is located at our south side, and considering the direction of sunlight from the south, we don't have any shadow on this neighbor, because our property is located on the north side of this neighbor. And I believe this variance is very minor. I hope I have answered all the questions. One more thing that I want to mention is that many similar cases in the neighborhood has been approved with similar variances. I have provided a list of similar cases in the neighborhood with their location. As you see, the FSI height and wall height of many of them is even more than what we are proposing. In the same avenue, if we go just down the street, number 268 Manning is a new modern developed house, single family dwelling. Just down the street there is 16 units like row houses at 230 Manning that has the same situation. And on the other side of the street, 217 Manning, there are actually 5 4-story homes. And by giving these examples, I just want to mention that this area is being developed with this pattern, and even old existing houses are mostly 3-story, and we are not asking for something that is not in keeping with the character of neighborhood or new developments.
All right, thank you. All right, do any of you have a question? Okay, do we have a motion?
Yeah, I have a question, and I have a question of the applicant, particularly just in terms of the existing garage and therefore the proposed laneway suite being located partly on the neighbor's property. I would like the applicant to address that. I'm not sure how we can approve that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the laneway suite can't be built on the neighbor's property unless there's an easement that's existing, which I don't see that there was one. So you're not really the fact that we included the laneway suite and the purpose of the application was for information, because it's like, as I said, it's even though there's no variance for floor space index over the entire site because the bylaw didn't include that for the laneway suites. There's still the massing on the site, but you can't approve somebody to build on somebody else's property. So if they're showing an encroachment, they're going to have to deal with that at building permit phase.
Yeah. So it's not a variance before us.
Well, you can't. There is no such thing as a variance to build on somebody else's property
No,
unless it's a
not a
consent.
variant. We don't have any variances relating to the laneway suite.
Right. So
they're building the laneway suite as of right, subject to getting the building permit. If they're on somebody else's property, they're going to have trouble.
you can only deal with the variances within the lot lines of the subject property.
Right, okay, thank you.
Right. You have no further questions, we have a motion?
Sure, I'd be happy to put forward a motion. I think my concerns were mostly around the Langley House, but I think those have been alleged because of the alternative processes that are kind of going alongside this. So I think that's fine. I had no issue with the front house being proposed. I think it's actually quite sensitive. So I would move to approve with no conditions.
Can we fix them?
Sorry, Peter, you may want to repeat your motion. You kind of cut out a little bit.
Oh, pardon me. Yeah, I don't have video of anyone there right now, but my motion is to approve with no conditions.
Seconder, Kathleen, all in favor? Have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next application is number 15109 Rhodes Avenue. Purpose of this application is to convert the existing 2.5-story duplex dwelling into a 4-plex dwelling by constructing a 3rd-story addition, a rear 3-story addition with a 2nd and 3rd floor terrace on the south side, a rear 2nd floor exit stair, and a rear basement walkout. Each floor, including the basement, will be occupied by one dwelling unit. On this application, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have reports from planning. We have and urban forestry support from 113 Rhodes Avenue, and opposition from 173 Craven, 117 Rhodes, 108 Rhodes, and 121 Rhodes. Mr. Fain, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Could you introduce yourself, give us your address, and perhaps make your presentation?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Fain. I'm the architect and agent representing the owners of 109 Rhodes. The proposal you have before you to convert a duplex into a 4-plex on a prominent corner lot condition with a third floor and rear extension is a result of a collaborative effort between the owners, myself, planning staff, and neighbors over the past 12 months. During this time, we met with planning staff numerous times to discuss the proposal and how it fits within the official plan and meets the 4 planning tests. The owners have also engaged the adjacent neighbors, as proven by the support from 113 to the north, as well as canvassed the area a few times in an effort to be totally transparent about the project. The owners want to stress that this is a project that is long-term for them, not a building to flip, which will give them the opportunity to subsidize their cost while being able to customize their housing needs over time. In addition to providing rental units, one of the goals of the project is to accommodate their aging family members in an accessible and affordable way on the ground floor. The owners are also considering living in one of the units. So this project is equally about intergenerational family living as it is about addressing the so-called missing middle and rental housing in the city. So I just want to review how the project meets the 4 planning tests. First off, we completely accept the recommendations made by planning in their report. We also discussed again with planning this past Thursday as a response to some of the neighbors' concerns, and they still fully support the project as it's being shown. So we've considered issues of depth and overlook. So the proposed depth of the project is in keeping with many of the dwellings along Rhodes Avenue, as you can see from the site plan on page 7. The addition was strategically set at 16.5 meters, which is less than the typical 17-meter depth for single detached dwellings. The top floor is only 15.02 meters. So the proposal falls in line with the built form of 115, 117 Rhodes and other properties to the north. Part of the strategy of the design was to offer each tenant access to private outdoor space, which is now more important than ever. But we understand that privacy is of utmost concern. So for that reason, the balconies on the east side have privacy screening and do not wrap around the entire facade. So overlook should not be an issue at all due to the fact that there's also large trees providing screening to the north. There's also precedent of balconies and windows overlooking the rear yards of the neighbors to the north from the 5-story development to the east at 96 Coxwell Avenue. In addition, there's precedent at 178 Rhodes, which was approved at committee in 2019, which has terrace balconies on a mid-block condition, which would provide more overlook given that we're on a corner condition and other precedents are on mid-block conditions. In terms of parking, the site currently has 2 parking spaces. Given the proximity within walking distance to transit and bike infrastructure, it was determined along with planning staff that having 2 additional parking spaces would not be necessary for a rental building. In addition, the 2 additional parking spaces would compromise the much needed green space, which, by the way, we're only 3% over the bylaw on landscape. And planning really supports having more landscape rather than having additional parking. Next is the density, and you can go to page 23 of the report to find all the precedents that we've researched for density in this area. It should be noted that this is a corner lot, and density should it makes sense on a corner lot. So it was determined that with planning that density would be completely acceptable and compatible with the built form character of the neighborhood. The density is comparable, as you can see on this chart, with other comparable developments such as 184 Rhodes just up the block. In terms of height, the overall height of the project does meet the bylaw. The minor variances for the height of the main walls, which when compared to the adjacent 5-story development and other neighborhood approved projects, fits within the built form character of the site. And again, I want to stress the corner lot location and how we've stepped back the 3rd floor to try to mitigate the perception of the 3rd floor height. And again, I'd like to refer you to other images that we provided in the document. For example, 184 Rhodes has a 3-story project, 178 Rhodes, and there's other similar projects which you can reference in the document. In terms of the south setback, given that the project, again, I'm going to go back to this corner property, it's set well back from...
Mr. Fain, your time is up, so perhaps you could wrap up.
Okay, so just as a final note, there's actually a city green space being proposed directly south of the property. So the south setback is going to be virtually unnoticeable, given that the city is going to be developing a green space called the Raindrop Park just south of the property. They're actually moving the sidewalk to the south. So for these reasons, we believe that the project meets the 4 planning tests. The variances are minor. We've discussed the project with the neighbors, and we have full support from the planning department. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, any questions of Mr. Fain? Any questions? No questions? All right, so is Mr. Kochev on the line?
Through you, Mr. Chair, he is not. They are the owners. I believe the agent is representing them.
Yeah, okay, good. Gloria Luby?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you here?
Hi, Gloria. I see you're trying to press the unmute button. Let me control the mute button. I'm going to unmute you, and then you should be able to talk. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, can you move the mic closer to your face? Speak a bit louder, please.
Hello? Hello?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, could you please introduce yourself and give us your address?
My name is Gloria Lindsay, and I live at 9 Timothy Court in Toronto.
You live where?
9 Timothy Court, my last name, in Toronto.
Sorry, Gloria, we're having trouble hearing you. You're very quiet. Is there a way that you could bring the mic closer to your face or speak louder?
Is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay. I will hold it at that angle.
Okay. So could you...
Okay, can I start?
Give us
Can you hear me?
Could you give us your address again, because it's not consistent with what... Are you representing 108 Rhodes Avenue?
That is correct.
All right. Could you tell us your connection to 108 Rhodes Avenue?
I am Laura Orr's mother.
Okay, so the person living there is your daughter?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Tell us about your concerns.
Okay. Firstly, I would like to thank the committee for allowing me the opportunity to represent Laura Orr, who is the homeowner at 108 Rhodes. She cannot be present as she has a long-standing doctor's appointment to vaccinate her baby, something I think we can all agree cannot be done virtually. I'd like to expand on written comments that have provided the committee. And to quote an earlier speaker, minor variances are not minor when they need 6 variances. If the committee allows the first variance for parking, it would create more competition for limited permit parking spaces on the street and will be a hardship for her as she needs her car for work and driving the infant. The deputy's concern is that reducing rear yard landscaping will be a problem for city planner. I seriously doubt our chief planner, Greg Linton, will lose any sleep over her. The main reason is that it would probably cost the developer money to put in another parking space. In a follow-up letter to Mrs. Orr, they state, while we are open to adding a parking spot beside the garage, it would reduce our landscaping, and city prefers landscaping over parking. Well, if they build a permeable parking space, I think that would satisfy us and the city. A second variance for height would make it out of keeping with the other properties in the area, even though the architect has shown many properties at far flung from where we are talking. It would be more than the existing duplex, but becomes a mid-sized apartment building. To suggest they are doing this to address housing needs in the city almost brings tears to my eyes. What it does do is create more and larger units that lend themselves to Airbnbs and disturb the existing quiet nature of the neighborhood. It would also set precedent. We have walked up and down Dundas Street, and we don't see any examples such as what they are referring to much further down Rhodes Avenue. The third requested variance for depth is greater than even 4 plexes are allowed. The developers have chosen to then use the depth for regular dwellings. It seems that whatever suits their purpose is what they'll use. They suggest the city's bylaw for FSI for a fourplex is old and no longer meets the needs of the city. It is a convenient way to ask for as much as they can get. As an impacted homeowner, we did not have the opportunity of seeking information from city planners or other professionals employed by the developers. We're on our own and take a measured approach to the issue. It feels like David versus Goliath. The proponents eschew the label of developers. That's disingenuous because, while they are not Tridel, they are not the handyman from down the street. It is not their first rodeo. They say they're doing this for their elderly parents so they can live on the first floor. Well, if one were cynical, One could talk about landlords who get rid of present tenants by saying they need the apartment for their brother, cousin, etc., circumventing the landlord-tenant board. In conclusion, we would like to mention that the developers have done their homework and reached out to the neighbors to, in their words, bring them comfort and clarification. However, we would appreciate the members to give us some comfort by seriously considering our objections. We do not have paid professionals to guide us. We have only our sincere and reasoned concerns that we put before the committee. Realistically, something will be built. We ask the committee to allow only 3 stories, require a parking pad, and reduce the FSI by 50%. Please support us. That will bring us comfort. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any panel member have any questions? No questions? All right, so we can now move on to Mr. and Mrs. Kidman.
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please give us your name and your address.
I am Steve Kidman, 113 Rhodes Avenue.
Yes, could you? So go ahead, Mr. Kidman.
Oh yeah, I've talked to the developers, and they have my full support. They've been quite transparent with us. I have no issues with what they're willing to build.
All right, thank you, sir. Does anyone on the panel have any questions? Okay, thank you, sir. Can we go back to Mr. Fain?
Yes, thank you. I think given what the neighbor at 113 Rhodes has provided, that really we have to think about what is the actual impact on the neighbors. And the owners have been extremely transparent with the neighbors. They've gone door to door. They've written numerous response letters. They've been quite transparent. So I just want to highlight what the concerns are of the neighbor and how we've addressed that. So in terms of parking, I think they actually wanted to put a parking space there, and this was lengthy discussions with planning. And we like taking the lead of planning. If planning says that they prefer to have soft landscaping, then that's what we're probably going to listen to. In terms of the permeable pavers, we can look at that. Once the Raindrop Plaza comes in, the owners are willing to look at permeable pavers to make the parking less impactful. In terms of the height, I think we've gone over this. It's consistent with other approved developments on roads. For example, 184 Rhodes at 9.88, you can see directly next door, you have a 5-story development. And so I question how the height actually impacts the neighbor at 108 is questionable. We're in a crisis here in terms of rental housing in the city. And I think the owners have been extremely transparent about who is going to occupy this rental property. It's going to be their elderly parents. And you can see on the plans, there's actually a ADA accessible elevator on the back. I mean, this is a kind of a critical time in our city's history to have these kinds of rental housing. And I believe that planning supports this development. In terms of the depth, I think the depth doesn't impact the neighbor at 108 Rhodes, and I think we're very consistent with other developments in the area. 17 meters is actually the depth that you can build if you were to build a single detached house. In terms of the height, you can see on the last image that Bram pulled up that our height is actually consistent with what's there right now. Although we are expanding the idea of the pitch roof to create a more kind of rectangular look for the 3rd floor, and that's really to accommodate the rental unit on the top floor. So I think for these reasons, the development is consistent with other approved developments in the area. The owners have been extremely transparent about what they're using this project, this development for, and I think it's really critical to the kind of narrative of the missing middle in the city to have these kinds of projects approved. We're trying to do this at the highest level of architectural design and care, and we've taken into consideration other neighbors with privacy issues. We've discussed this at length with planning department. I think parking, I mean, given the proximity to transit, you have a bus stop right at the corner. If you're a tenant and you have a car, you're probably not going to rent these kinds of units. You'll find another rental unit. So I think the parking discussion is not quite as strong for these kinds of projects in the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody have any questions, or do we have a motion?
I'm happy to put forward a motion. I think it's important that we remember that this is not just a Rhodes Avenue proposal. This is on Dundas Street as well. And I think the corner property, especially adjacent to the relatively recent mid-rise next door, makes this development really complement Dundas Street better. And I think it's a better fit than what is there now. I think the variances being requested are minor, and I think adding additional safe rental housing is a positive thing for the city. So I move approval subject to planning's comments from May 27th and urban forestry condition number 1.
I'm absolutely willing to support Peter's, and I would also second the motion.
All right, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Here we go. Thank you.
Okay, now we move on to number 2039 Watson Avenue. Okay, and the purpose of this application is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached house by enclosing the front porch and constructing a third-story addition and a rear two-story addition with a rear deck. On this application, we have material submitted by the applicant and opposition from 494 St. John's Road. Do we have, we have opposition?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, there is one speaker in opposition, Mike Kajak of 41 Watson.
Okay. Mr. Stanbuck.
Hi.
All right. Could we have your name and your address, please?
Yes, my name is Zoran Stanbuck. I'm agent for the owners from 1410 Dupont Street. I'm a member of the Stanbuck Homes Design and Build Company.
So just, could you hold on? Can we clear up the, get him, can't understand him.
Mr. Stanbuck, I'm going to give you a call on your cell phone because we're having difficulty hearing you through your computer. Just bear with me. Hello, Mr. Stanbuck.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can I ask you to mute your computer, please?
Yes, I just did.
Perfect, thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Would you go ahead, Mr. Stanbuck?
Yeah, okay, so for the project, we have, as you mentioned, a list of variances. Asking for increased floor space index from 0.6 to 0.93 by adding loft third story addition not full size, but kind of lot of half story, in order to provide a decent-sized house, which is actually just shy of 2,000 square feet for 4 members family. And also proposing the 2-story back addition in order to provide enough space that 2,000 square feet goal. We are actually also proposing enclosing the front porch, so existing front porch, and that created another minor variance for front yard setback. Regarding soft landscape at the back, in the backyard, we actually are of opinion that we are basically not decreasing, but maybe increasing the soft landscape by removing the existing garage and planning to put permeable pavers on the on that spot where the garage was actually is. So and by creating or extending house with a 2-story back addition, we are actually removing a concrete patio which is already there, and basically building this second-story addition, 2-story back addition, just a little bit bigger than existing concrete porch is right now. And last one, considering the wall height, side wall height, we are asking for increase from 8.5 to 9.27, even though the building height is still below the maximum allowed of 11 meters. And basically, we didn't submit these cases that were approved so far in the neighborhood. But if you would allow me, I can just now mention them, if that is of any use. Regarding floor space index, regarding wall height.
Mr. Stambuk, your time is up. Can you sort of wrap up now?
Yes. Yes, there are resident variances approved in the area at 86 Brookside Avenue. There is also 101 Brookside Avenue also, but I will finish for now.
All right, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? Where's the panel gone? Any questions? No questions? All right. So could we listen to the, or can we hear from the opposition?
Mr. Kajak, you're on the line.
Yes, my name is Mike Kajak. I live at 41 Watson Avenue, which is the house on the north side of 39 Watson. We share a driveway which is just over 13 feet wide between the houses. This wide dimension allows for a large amount of sunlight throughout the day. Approval of this variance would negatively impact on the amount of sunlight entering the 3 main floor dining room windows and a second floor bedroom window. I feel that the current building regulations are in place to protect the neighborhood homeowners, and that approval of this variance would punish me by taking away the sunlight that I had when I purchased the home and that my wife and I currently enjoy.
Okay. Okay, does any panel member have any questions?
Yeah, I do. You're from 41, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So your house is currently longer than the existing 39. And the proposal is going to be roughly about the same depth as your building. Where is exactly your dining room?
It's around the middle of the, it's around the middle of the house.
So it's been blocking you already before any expansion?
No, the sun is coming in, but by going 10 feet further back, it would block the sun even more, including in the winter when the sun's lower in the sky. Then it.
But your house is about the same depth as he's proposing.
So that would,
is it like it. I'm just wondering, you don't want him to build as deep as you because it's blocking your dining room?
Yes, the amount of light coming in.
Okay, all right.
My wife works from home and she works from the dining room table. So that's a commonly used location throughout the day.
I see. Okay.
All right, any further questions?
Anything else other than the light? Sorry.
No.
Okay.
Any further questions? Okay, we can go back to Mr. Stambuk.
Yes.
So,
this issue with sunlight is true, but not extensive. Your opinion not extensive or significant, because the two-story back addition is actually has a flat roof, so it's not actually increasing, is lower than the building. So it may affect a little bit, and we wanted to extend not more than this particular neighbor's house is deep. So it's pretty much the deep, as member of committee noticed already. So we don't think that this is going to significantly affect the sunlight, access to sunlight of our neighbors, and it's quite distance between houses, over 5 meters, almost 6 meters. So it's it's definitely not going to be dark like it knows to be in a city conditions when side yard setbacks are much smaller.
thank you, Mr. Stambuk. Anybody have any questions, Mr. Stambuk?
Just one question. So you don't have any variance or issue with the rear yard setback, right? So the depth of your building has no problem at all. It's just the density, the height, and soft landscape in the rear yard.
Yeah, actually, wall height and soft landscape, which I tried to explain that basically we are not decreasing, we are actually increasing. We're already planning it on the site plan. Noted that existing garage to be replaced with permeable paving.
Okay.
And the two-story back addition is actually just slightly bigger than existing concrete port at the back.
Yeah, so you're about 0.77 meter taller than it is allowed. So
Sidewall, yeah.
Sidewall, less than 10% increase than the allowed. And that gives you the additional floor on the third floor.
Yes.
Okay. And which automatically increase your GFA, so that's why you're number one. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Any further questions? We have a motion.
I'd like to put forward a motion to approve the application. There's a generous setback to the neighbor to the north, and I think that the house, the fact that they're not doing a third-story addition right at the back, that it's two-story, will also lessen the impact. So I don't really have an issue with this. I think it's more or less in keeping with the neighborhood, and so I'd like to put forward a motion to support.
Seconder. Yeah. Peter, seconded. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
All right. So that completes the 2 o'clock list. We're now at 3:30. Item number 21, items 21 to 24. Do you have a list of the ones that are opposed?
They're all just, Lakefront is opposed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the only opportunity to expedite an item is item number 23, and Joe Hoffman's not in the hearing yet, so we can proceed just in order.
All right. So I wonder if we could take a 5-minute break. Pardon?
Apologies. Number 24, 259 Dovercourt has a supporting speaker, so there are none in opposition for that item.
Not in opposition, do you want to hold it because there's somebody going to be speaking, or?
So number 24 we could deal with first? Yeah, okay, I got to find it. All right, I wonder if we take a 5-minute break? We'll deal with 24 first. Because 21 is going to be a long...
So through you, Mr. Chair, we're taking a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Okay.
Back at 5 to 6.
You don't want to make it 10 minutes? Does anybody need more than 5 minutes? No? Okay.
Is there opposition on Dupont, 328 Dupont Street? There's nobody listed here as opposition.
There is somebody, we just, they didn't get reported on their sheet.
Yeah, okay, but there is somebody.
Yeah, there's just not for Dovercourt. Well, there's a person who wants to speak but no support.
Okay. Number 23, there's opposition, according to Anita. I just asked her.
Okay, I don't have that.
Yeah, I know, either do I. But this lakefront, I had one, I think it was 440 we had. It doesn't have bylaws because it's on the lake, so it doesn't have a front, it's not off the street, so you can't drive, not supposed to drive a car in. So, I mean, so everything has to be made up. But I'm going to, I think, restrict their time. Okay. Okay. Can we start? Oh, come back, you guys.
Yeah, we can start with number 23 and 24.
23? Yeah, okay, let's do that because, yeah, we're going to start with 23.
Just Through you, Mr. Chair, to the people that are here, we're going to go to the uncontested items first, which is item 23, then item 24, and then we'll go back to item 21, which is 428 Lakefront. So the first one up would be 328 Dupont Street.
Okay, this is a consent application to obtain consent to sever the property into 2 lots and to create access easements and rights-of-way. That's 23A. 23B is to maintain the existing 2 non-residential buildings of 1 and 4 stories on the retained lot as described in consent application B008819 TEY. 23C is to maintain the existing 2, 3, and 4-story non-residential buildings on the conveyed lot as described in consent application B008819 TEY. And that's it. And on these applications, we have material submitted by the applicant. We have correspondence from planning, engineering, and Hydro One Networks. Mr. Hoffman, are you there?
I am, sir.
Okay.
Good evening.
All right. Please introduce yourself and give us your address.
My name is Joe Hoffman, last name Hoffman. I'm the solicitor for the applicant, and my address is 33 Bates Street, Suite 3400.
Okay, could you tell us about this application?
Yes, sir. So we submitted an application for the consent and granting of easements to separately convey 2 parcels. Parcels shown as on the reference plan as parts 1 and 2, being the retained lands. And sir, that's 344 and 358 Dupont Street. And then the conveyed lands are parts 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And those are known municipally as 316 to 332 Dupont Street. There's also associated minor variances before the committee. And I think it's important to note at the outset that there are no changes proposed to the existing conditions on the site as part of these applications. The minor variances are simply required to facilitate the consent application and simply recognize the existing conditions on the site that have been on the site for a number of years, decades, sir. Just by way of some background of why this application is being sought, I was the solicitor for the applicant with respect to the easterly properties. On those properties, there's an approved redevelopment of a mid-rise residential mixed-use building as well. There's a pending application for an office building on 316 to 320 Dupont Street. Those are the easterly lands. The purpose of this consent application is simply to sever the redevelopment lands from the westerly lands, those shown on the diagram in front of you as 344 and 358 Dupont Street. Those lands are planned to remain in their existing conditions. No changes to the buildings are proposed at this time, except for some internal alterations. Sir, it's also important just to state for the record that the easterly lands, 316 to 332 Dupont, those lands have changed in some respects since the time the application was first submitted and the zoning notice was provided. Given the delay in COVID, our client has had an opportunity to prepare those lands for redevelopment, and as part of that preparation, those buildings now sit vacant. And why that's important is because you'll notice on the zoning notice for those lands that there are 3 variances in relation to permission for a school use. There is no requirement, sir, for any variance for a school use and any of the related variances that are associated with that school use. And so, sir, it's not necessary for the committee to approve variance number 3. And variances.
Just a minute, Mr.
In which
Hoffman.
application?
We're looking at 23C, I believe, and you're talking about variance number 3.
That's right, right before you. So that private school use is no longer required. There is no school use on the property. Those lands are vacant.
So that will be deleted?
Yeah, so that's deleted.
That will be deleted. And 8 and 9, if you just scroll down.
Yes.
Sorry, 9 and 10, apologies. 9 and 10 are related to the school use as well. Those can be deleted.
Okay, so 3, 9, and 10 on 23C, deleted.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any other changes?
That's it, sir.
Okay.
Given the nature of this site, sir, we did meet with planning staff and had a pre-consultation meeting. We've had a number of discussions with planning. As you noted, there's actually planning support in the committee file for the application, particularly with respect to the real estate temporary sales office at 358 Dupont Street. There's no objections from Toronto Hydro. There's no objections from the surrounding neighborhood. So this, in my respectful submission, is very much a technical application. The purpose is simply to divide two lands without changing anything on the site to facilitate an already approved development in which we're continuing to work cooperatively with the city. A site plan application for those lands have been submitted, and quite frankly, sir, we believe we're close to starting construction on the site. Sir, I could go much longer into my submissions, but maybe what I'll do now is leave the matter in your hands, and if there's any questions from the committee, I would be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you. Committee, panel, do we have any questions? No questions. Okay, are we, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, should we deal with 23A, deal each of them in turn, 20A, B, and C?
It's entirely up to you.
Well, okay, we can deal with the entire application at one time, subject to deletion of variances 3, 9, and 10 and 23C. So the first one is 23A is a consent. So do we have a motion with respect to the entire thing, consent and variances?
Sure, I'll put forward a motion. I think this is technical in nature and just required to move forward the land in their development process. So move forward a motion to approve, subject to the modified variances as discussed by the chair.
All right, do we have a seconder? Yeah, Kathleen, second. All in favor? Have your approval, sir.
And through you, subject to the standard consent conditions?
Yes, standard, subject to the standard consent conditions. Mr. Hoffman.
Members of the committee, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we now move to 24, 259 Dovercourt Road. Purpose of this application is to obtain consent to sever the property into 4 freehold residential lots, which would constitute parcels of tied lands associated with a common elements condominium, and to create a vehicular access easement right-of-way. And to maintain the existing 3-story semi-detached dwelling on a lot created by consent application B0005-20TEY. And to maintain the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling with an integral garage access from the lane, ski lane, on a lot created by consent application B0005/20TEY. And 24D, to maintain the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling with an integral garage access from the lane, ski lane, and an interior parking space for the semi-detached building on Part 1, 259 Dovercourt Road, on a lot created by consent application B0005/20TEY. in 24E to maintain the existing two-story detached dwelling with an integral garage access from the lane, ski lane, on a lot created by consent application B0005/20TEY. Okay, and on this application we have before us material submitted by the applicant. We have reports from planning and engineering. Mr. Theodore?
Mr. Theodore, if you can hear us, you're unmuted. You should be able to speak into the mic. Okay, I'm going to try and give you a call on your cell phone.
I think I put him to sleep.
Hello?
Mr. Theodore?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, for whatever reason, my earpieces, you weren't able to pick up my voice. I'll talk to the phone. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I also wanted to note that that Mr. Alex Luxby from Davies Howe Partners is also here to assist if there are any technical questions on our application. I think what would be helpful in my presentation is to bring up my cover letter, particularly page 3.
All right, Mr. Theodore, could you perhaps introduce yourself and give us your address first?
Sure, I am Eldon Theodore, applicant. From MHBC, 7050 Weston Road, Suite 230, Woodbridge.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Theodore, before you start, you should know that you have 5 minutes to present your case. So perhaps you could not read from your letter, but perhaps you could summarize it.
Sir, I don't intend on reading from my letter. I just intend on taking you to page 3. To just give you an understanding of the plan as I explain the application. So just for a bit of background, the property exists today with one semi-detached unit fronting on Dovercourt, as shown on the left, 2 semi-detached units fronting on Sky or Ski Lane, as shown on the right, and 1 single detached unit fronting on Ski Lane. That's the bottom unit as shown there. This is a unique arrangement that was established through site plan approval with the city, so it exists as a right. So the purpose of the consent and minor variance applications is simply to establish a change of tenure from rental to ownership. It will conclude the process that started with the site plan applications, and it will allow my client to register a draft plan of condominium for a common element service easement that is shared by what will be the future properties. And Mr. Luxby can speak to the plan of condominium should you have any questions about that. If we could go to the last page, which is the appendix. That page illustrates really the consent framework as it relates to the proposal, showing the existing semi-detached lot is lot 1, the 2 semi-detached lots is lot 2 and 3, as well as lot 4 is the existing single-detached, and the common element as in the center as lot 5. With respect to these applications, in my opinion, these are appropriate as they won't have any impact on anything as relates to the site, and will not have any impact on the surrounding uses, as no physical change will occur to what exists today. It will support ownership opportunities within the existing neighborhood. The only variances that are being requested in support of these applications relate to lot frontage. And that's with respect to the fact that the existing units that front onto the lane are technically not frontages, and the existing Lot 1, which is facing Dovercourt, is set back from where the shared common element would be located. So in my opinion, these are technical in nature as they just reflect the existing condition today. We worked very closely with city staff on these applications, and as a result, you can see in the package, planning staff are in support of this application as well as engineering. I believe these applications meet the 4 tests for the minor variance as well as consent, and it's my request that the committee approve this application. Happy to answer your questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, sir. Panel, do you have any questions of Mr. Theodore? Yes?
I just have one very quick question about this application. Seems to me just a technicality, but I do have one very quick question. You say in the variance that the house on part 1 is to be retained, but in the planning comments they mentioned a new house, the redevelopment of the site with a new 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling fronting on Dovercourt Road. So but they're retaining the existing house on the site on part 1?
In that description, that may be a bit of an oversight. All the dwellings on the property exist as of right. There's actually no technical physical development, even though this application is a form of development. It's really just about change in tenure.
Good. I just wanted to double check that. Thank you.
All right. Any further questions? Yes, Peter.
Yes. Yeah, I just wanted to check that you're aware of and in agreement with the planning department's comment about having a section 118 restriction.
Are you, sorry, it was hard to hear you. Are you speaking to the condition in the staff report?
That's right.
Yes, I'm very much aware of that. And we're happy to include that as a condition of approval.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right. Any further questions, or do we have a Mr. Lusty here?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have. But I note that this is a matter without opposition, and you've heard a good report from Mr. Theodore on the planning merits. So I'd leave it there, subject to any questions you may have.
Okay, first of all, perhaps you could give us your name and your address, sir, just for the record.
Certainly. My name is Alex Lusty, Lima Uniform Sierra Tango Yankee. Address is 425 Adelaide Street West, the 10th floor, and I'm with Davies Howe.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone have any questions? Any panel member have any questions? No questions. Thank you, sir. So do we have a motion for the entire package?
Sure.
I'd be happy to put forward a motion of support. The application seems very technical in nature and subject to the planning condition that facilitates the transfer of the property.
And so you're moving to approve it?
Yes, pending the planning condition.
Yeah, standard consent conditions as well.
Yes. Yes, and standard consent conditions as well.
Nope. All right. Do we have a seconder? Yeah.
Second.
Peter seconded. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we can go back to number 21, 428 Lakefront. Purpose of this application is to construct a 4-story, single-family detached house with a below-grade 3-car garage having access via car elevator, a swimming pool and terrace on the south side of the 2nd floor, platforms, terraces on the south side of the 4th floor, and a basement walkout on the south side. The basement and partial 4th floor are classified as stories in the description. On this application, we have material submitted by the applicant, correspondence from planning, a report from Urban Forestry, and a report from Conservation Authority. We have opposition from, lots of opposition from surrounding areas. Okay, so who's going to speak, Mr. Pettigrew or Mr. Pfeffer?
It'll be Mr. Pettigrew. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so could you introduce yourself and give us your address, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay. So Mike Pettigrew from the Big Area Group, planning consultant and agent. I do have Jim Pfeffer with me that he can answer any questions that you may have as well. Address is 20 Lesley Street, Unit 121, Toronto, Ontario. And if I could have my presentation material put up, that would be, yes, that's perfect. And I can just indicate when to change slides. Thank you. So good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to present to you today. I'll touch on the variances briefly, but I can provide more detail during the questions because I know that there's going to be some details that will need to come out through that. So I just want to start by saying that staff had extensively reviewed the original proposal, and they did not have any concerns at that time, and there has been no concerns brought forward by staff with this revised proposal. However, at our November 20th, 2019 committee meeting, we did agree to defer in order to allow for public consultation with the objecting neighbors as well as to deal with the TRCA. And our client has since revised the application to satisfy the TRCA, and they no longer have any concerns with the application. With regard to the public consultation, we held a public open house on December 11th, and we gave an overview of the proposal to the few houses that households that attended. And I'd also like to note that there was also extensive consultation with the neighbors by our client throughout the process and even prior to that November meeting. At the December community meeting, we did discuss possible changes that our client would be able to make, and despite what some of the recent objection letters do say, there were a series of revisions made to the proposal and to the plans to specifically address their main concerns, which are height, FSI, and setbacks. And as a result, the file manager, Brent Bulger, was satisfied that we did meet our obligations for public consultation. Next slide, please. So now what it is that you're looking at today is a series of changes and some potential conditions that our client is proposing to ensure that the home has minimal impact and is in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. This particular slide shows you the west elevation of the property and the proposed house. And I'll get into the detail of the variances in the next one, but I wanted to point out from this slide to highlight the uniqueness of this lot and why some of these, it creates or distorts some of the variances that you see today. So since the site does not have access from a street, the established grade is calculated using the average of the 4 elevations of each corner. And what's misleading about this is that, as you can see, the site is generally flat for about 75% of the lot, and then it drops close to the end, maybe in the last 10% of the lot at the south. And that greatly skews the average. And as you can see by the red dashed line that goes through the center of the site, the established grade that's being used for the calculation is actually entirely underground for the majority of the site. So what skews that is it's an over 2 meter difference in the variances for height, when in reality you would not see or physically feel the difference in height that's being put forward in the variances. And so to ensure that there is compatibility for height overall, what we propose to do is include a condition to limit the height of the building at 12 meters from grade at the north face or the front door of the house. Next slide, please. So this technicality regarding the established grade also affects a whole series of the variances, the ones that you see there in green, and they're all related basically to height. But it also impacts some of the other variances with regards to the platforms. So variance 5 is also impacted by the platform that's facing the beach, which is considered to be on the second story, although it is actually on the grade, as you saw on the previous slide. It's on the actual ground level rather than on a second level. The variance for 12B is for that same platform. It's only required because it's considered on the second story. If it wasn't on the second story, it would not actually be considered. 12A is for the little balcony that's tucked in at the top on the third story. And again, that is mainly there for egress, but it's entirely within the roof line. It's common throughout all the beach area. The variances that are marked in orange are ones that basically are there to maintain the existing conditions of the site, and they're really related to not having street frontage and the access and parking for that. Variance 13, that only relates to the garage itself, and that has actually been revised, and we were able to eliminate the roof eave variance for that. Variance 3 is related to the setback to the pool and the ancillary use as per the TRCA's comments, and that's now been resolved. And lastly, variance 11 is the one that deals with the FSI. So if I can get the next slide. The next two, I'm just going to gloss over. They're for context, and we can go back to them during questions if you have any. But this one is regarding the height. As you can see with the gradient, lighter to darker is 1.5 up to 3.5 and over in terms of number of stories. And as you can see, 428, which is highlighted in red, is in context of that area specifically, is a 2.5 story surrounded by other 2.5 stories. And most of the taller buildings in the area are found along the beach and in particular in that area.
Mr. Pettigrew, your time is really up. Could you please wrap up?
I can wrap up actually if you just skip 2 slides. I'll just talk really quickly about the FSI. So if you will allow me just quickly, one of the other conditions that we are looking to put on this is related to the FSI. The basement level is just for the underground garage. So what we were asking is a similar condition that was recently done for Silver Birch, where the FSI is capped above the basement level. If it is done that way, the FSI would be 0.89, which is the same with Silver Birch. It was 0.88 above the basement level, and they were at 1.21. So that's the only other condition, and I can probably describe that in more detail if you'd like through questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. Panel, do we have any questions, or should we hear the opposition first? Okay, so I just want to say, opposition, that there's a lot of speakers. We don't want you to repeat issues that have already been spoken to. I've read the material. We've all read the material, and it seems that it really boils down to a few issues. So I'm going to restrict your time, 2.5 minutes each. Yeah, 2.5 minutes each. And they're going to have, there's lots of them. And so can we have the next speaker?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to note that there are 2 other speakers not on your list. Donna Oliver of 25 to 50 Battenberg and Nelson Coombs of 191 Coleridge. The first speaker you have is Dennis Wood.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of committee. Before you put me on the clock, I would like to respectfully request that I be given the full 5 minutes. The plan that the neighbors have worked out is that I would be responsible for laying out the key issues, if I can put it that way, and the others will speak specifically to particular matters. But 2.5 minutes is completely inadequate for me to be able to do justice to this matter, and I'm the one that they've looked on to address the zoning matters and the official plan policies.
All right,
So
Mr. Wood, we'll give you 5 minutes and the others 2.5. Thank you.
Thank you for that accommodation, Mr. Chairman. Before I go on the clock, let me say I act for the guests who live at 430 Front. They live in a home that was constructed in 2009, and it's had successive members of the family live in it continuously since it was built. And also the Kimses, who live on the other side of the proposal. They purchased and built their home in 2005 or so. Number two, this application is similar, almost exactly the same to an application which several members of this committee refused in December. It has almost exactly the same characteristics, except it's a little more dense. There are 30 letters of objection, 4 speakers or more follow me. I just wanted to remind you of that. First point, this is a natural area as designated. First of all, I guess I should say, if you could look at my materials, you will see that the before and after, if I can put it that way, of the proposal, which is the new proposal is completely out of character with the existing natural features that are prevalent along this part of the lakefront. If we could move to very briefly discussion of the owner. The owner has had virtually no interaction with my clients, the 2 neighbors to the side. I attended the meeting in December. It was simply the owners and planner and architect describing the plans and saying they would come back with some changes. They never came back to another meeting. They simply filed the material on the basis that it satisfied the committee. So the interaction with the neighbors is completely unsatisfactory. I'm showing you in the next slide, if you could move on a couple of slides to 5, you can see the similarity between the building that was refused by your committee in December and the building that's proposed. These 2 houses, as proposed, are within, a stone's throw of one another. And you can see they have similar characteristics. If we could move to the test in the official plan, there should be material consistency between what is proposed and what exists, and it's my suggestion to the committee that material consistency is not present. If we could move now to slide 42, and I'll try to do this very quickly. Slide 42 is are the official plan policies that apply to this part of the beach. This is a unique, and that's a truly unique part of the waterfront. It's now designated, recently designated as a natural heritage system. If you look at the next policy that relates, it says alteration of a bluff or shoreline will not be permitted. That's precisely what's happening here. The bluff is being obliterated and replaced by concrete. And we move to the next policy in policy 4.15, prevailing landscaped open space patterns shall be reinforced and respected. Continuation of special landscape features that contribute to the unique physical character shall be reinforced and respected. My suggestion is that is not happening at all with this application. So the last point, if you can move 2 slides further to number 46, there is a TRCA requirement which the applicant has met by removing livable space from underneath the terrace, the concrete terrace. The concrete terrace remains. That doesn't satisfy the city bylaw requirement that no building or structure should be built within a minimum of 10 meters from the shoreline hazard limit. So the variance is still required. The structure still remains. The only difference is livable space has been taken out from underneath that terrace, and it's been replaced by what I call the underneath the gardener. If you look at it from the lake, if you can see it from the beach, it'll be standing on pillars. The next, so my submission is the proposal in regard to the elements that are in front of the main structure do not comply in any way with the requirements of the official plan. Next point, GFA. There is no as of right on this property because it does not have frontage. There's no legal non-conforming ability except for the person who has bought it to live and improve the existing structure. The issue here is that the lot sizes of the properties on the lake frontage are 40% larger than the lot sizes in the neighborhood to the north, with the result that this owner, if he were to build in accordance with the existing 0.6 permission, would have the largest house in the neighborhood. No, I shouldn't say that. The largest house, but one in the neighborhood. The planner has given you examples of 23 properties. And I can tell you that only one of those properties, as we look at it, with the variances, would be larger than this property as of right, at 479.62 meters squared or 5,163 feet squared. So this is a very large building on a large lot before the variances are considered, and the size of the building already is larger than almost any building in the community. The only other building that approaches it in size, in absolute size and mass, is 438 Lakefront, which is down a bit, and it was given a variance of 0.71 in comparison with the 0.89 that this owner's requesting. And what I'm saying when I'm talking about 0.89 and 0.71 is we're dealing with above the ground FSI, because when the 440 application was considered.
Mr. Wood,
yes?
Mr. Wood, yes? Could you're run out of time. Could you wrap up, please?
Yes, I would. Two other major points I've dealt with in my materials, and I would desperately ask you to ask me about them so I can explain this. This property doesn't meet the minimum front yard setback requirement, which would have it respect the distances from the lake of the two adjacent properties, the averages, and that was established as a principle by the Ontario Municipal Board and was followed by my client KIMSA when they built the property, and was shown on the first set of plans produced by this owner who recognized the front of the property was the lakeside. Number two, the length of the building. If you look at my slide 25, and I'd be grateful if you can put that up, the overall length of this building is extraordinarily long, 43 meters as calculated, according to the zoning. The building itself, main building itself, properly determined by the zoning bylaw, is 19.1 meters, where it's only permitted to be 17 meters. But the entire length of this is an iceberg building, as we call it. It's entirely excavated from lot line, rear lot line, practically to front lot line, except for the water lot, and is replaced by concrete. That's the respect that this applicant has given to this rather unique natural area. So my client would request that you reject the application, and I'd be very, very pleased to answer questions. And thank you for the additional time, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Do we have any questions? No. Well, Mr. Wood, I just wanted to ask you, because I think you mentioned it, it may have escaped, and it was in the material, that because this property is on the lake, it doesn't have a fixed frontage because there's no street behind it. It has there's certain bylaws that don't apply here, so that maybe it was your client's house where the I don't know who it was, decided on a formula in which to determine how setback, etc. Is that correct?
Sir, and that is set out, sir, on page or slide 30. If staff could pull that up for me. I'm not seeing it on the screen right now.
Just a moment, we're looking for it.
So do I take it, Mr. Wood, that you're saying that the applicant has not abided by that criteria of setbacks?
Yes. It was established by the Ontario Municipal Board in this decision in 2012 in regard to the only other large house along the lakefront, 438 Lakefront, which is the one I was referring to a minute ago. And the board accepted that there was a serious issue because the property didn't front on a street, and it was necessary, and under those circumstances, as you may appreciate, there's no front or rear lot line. And so all of those regulations that require a rear and front lot line don't apply if and only if you give a variance to allow this property to not have frontage on the street. I call this the indirect variance, or we have another expression, we call it the floodgates variance. In other words, you give that variance and a whole bunch of other regulations don't apply. But in this case, the board understood that, and they said, look, everybody knows what the front lot line is here. It's the southern beachfront. And as I said earlier, this is what this particular architect said in his plans to you in August of 2019. He's removed that reference in his March plans. But in August, there was an acknowledgement that the southern side was the beach. And so what the board said was, we're going to treat that front lot line as if it's a street, and in order to preclude properties from racing one ahead of the other to get to the beach and get and devour the views, what we'll do is apply the bylaw standard of the new property will be the average of the distance from the street, or in this case, the front lot line of the two adjacent houses. So when my client, Kimsa, built his new house in 2005, if you look at slide 32, he respected that. In fact, he set his house back farther than the original front yard setback of the previous house. You see the blue line, and you see the red line that he respected. So he's done that. 428 has done that. It's a common sense thing to do in this environment where people value their view of the lake, and they value it four seasons, not just in the summertime. It's a planning principle that makes a great deal of sense, and it's based upon a bylaw principle that made a great deal of sense. So if you want to understand the consequence of it, if you could look at the slide 33, our architect, who's advising the guests and the Kimses, have indicated approximately where that line would be. So it pulls the main building back, but that yellow area that you're seeing there includes some of the below grade stuff. But it would pull the building back, and it would sit much deeper into the lot. But that's a consequence of having this property and applying a fair planning principle. In fact, a zoning regulation, if it would apply to this land.
All right, thank you, sir. Panel, do you have any questions now, Mr. Wood? Okay, so we can go on to others.
Robert Niche.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Please introduce yourself and let us have your address.
Sure. So my name is Robert Niche. I live at number 10 Monroe Park. There's no number 8 on Monroe Park. We're on the west side, so we're just a couple of houses north of the proposed building. I think just to be brief, I think it's an issue. It's for us because we lived in the beach and we picked that neighborhood for all of its setbacks and its look and its character. We also tend to live on the beach because we kayak and do all those things. And we found, though, that, there seems to be recently a bit of a trend of the houses creeping out of the woods and onto the beach. And I guess it comes down to what we sort of want what I call a transitional part of the city to be, coming from the lake and the beach into the city. And so I'm in general opposition to the scale of the buildings and the variances. And I think, just the general concerns, whether it's the Conservation Authority or anyone else, I'll speak to that sort of, where do we sort of want to draw a line? And I've definitely seen a trend. There's been other big houses built in the last few years on lakefront addresses that have nestled into the trees and blended very well. And we seem to be getting away from that, and I'm worried about where the line is, going to be drawn. And those would be my comments.
All right. Panel members, do you have any questions of Mr. Nish? No questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott Cuthbertson.
Yes. Oh.
Yes, hi, Scott Cuthbertson here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please introduce yourself and give us your address.
Yes, hi, I'm Scott Cuthbertson. I live at 24 Monroe Park Avenue.
Yes.
I'm objecting to the application. Keep it quick here. I always wanted to live in Monroe, even though I've lived on the beach for 30 years. Feel very fortunate to be here. Been on Monroe for 14 years. When we moved in, we bought a really old house. You can see in the picture, it still looks kind of like that. But we didn't need a variance, and we built a house, a nice modern 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom home at less than 0.6 coverage. We're encouraged that this great neighborhood would be maintained in 2013 with a resounding defeat of a proposal which was pretty far outside the rules for a condo. When that got turned down, honestly, it just renewed my faith in government to see that the rules were enforced and the integrity of the neighborhood was maintained. This proposal is kind of like that in my view. It's way over the lot coverage. It's roughly, if you walk down the street, it's about 3 times as big as anything else around, at least the average. And it'd be the first to really want to intrude on the beach, which is totally the character of the neighborhood. All you have to do is look at the rendering, really. And the reasons that they're applying, that I can tell anyway, is that they're based on liberal interpretations of apparent gaps in setback descriptions and other sort of similar ploys. And that's why there's so many variances. And that's why it's such outside the character of the neighborhood. So just in closing, I got really 3 points. Does it conform to the existing neighborhood? Not even close. Does it confer benefit to anybody else but the applicant? No. As a matter of fact, it's going to detract significantly from the enjoyment of the hundreds of people who use that stretch of beach every day. And does it set a dangerous precedent? Absolutely. If you guys approve this, I think it's the beginning of the end of this stretch of beach. I really do. So it seems to me that with some pretty minor changes, the applicant could build a really big home and would satisfy all the requirements like everyone else has. And once again, I find myself and my family relying on the members of the board to consider the sheer magnitude of this proposal and its permanent impact on the area. So please reject this application as was done with 440 Lakefront. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Panel, do you have any questions of Mr. Cuthbertson? No. Okay. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Peter Lowe.
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please
Okay.
introduce yourself and give us your address, sir.
Of course. Chair, committee staff, my name is Peter Lowe. My wife, Alana Coton, and I own and live at 446 Lakefront. What's unique about the comments I'm going to make is that we are also on the lake, analogous to 428 at the base, except we're at the base of Neville Park, between Neville Park and Nursewood. We purchased this property in 2015. It had been designed and built effectively from scratch about 10 years ago by the previous owner in 2009 and 2010. The appeal of this property to us was that it represents a successful balance. It's a huge house of 4,100 square feet above grade with views of the lake in 3 directions, but it still is completely contained within the north section of the lot in the area at the top of the ravine. It's in line with the setbacks of the neighbors on either side, maintaining their views and our mutual privacy. and it maintains the natural environment of the ravine and the area immediately adjacent to the beach. In contrast, we are extremely concerned that the proposed development of 428 Lakefront would effectively raise the property all the way to the southern lot line and destroy the continuity of the natural area along the beach. It would not be consistent with the setbacks of the neighbors, thus impacting their views and privacy. And from both a strategic and a tactical point of view, we're concerned that if this project is approved in anything like its current form, it will create a precedent for other lakefront properties in the future. And personally speaking, that could result in our views and privacy being significantly impacted by possible future development by our neighbors in the future. We're not against development. We simply want to balance development with preserving the unique elements that define this area of the neighborhood and the lakefront. In the past, we've seen projects like this that have made initial proposals that flaunt regulations and precedents, and then make multiple minor revisions and finally gain approval by creating the impression that the process is onerous and that they've been accommodating, even though their final proposals, like this current one, are not significantly different from the initial proposals and objectively should be rejected for all the original reasons. We ask the committee to reject this application, and further, we urge the committee to truly send this project back to the proverbial drawing board and demand that the owners and their designers revisit the project with the unique nature of the neighborhood and the precedent of the surrounding properties as their starting points. We registered our objections, by the way, to the previous proposal, but we were not notified of any open house and we were never contacted by the owners or their agents. Thank you for your time and your consideration of this matter and for your ongoing efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. Panel, any questions? Nope. Okay. Next.
Through Mr. Chair, Brent Crawford.
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Brent Crawford. Myself and my wife Audrey Azad live at number 2 Neville Park. That's also on the waterfront, just to the west of Peter, who you were just speaking to, and right beside number 440 that was refused in December. I guess the one thing that I really need to put across, in case it's not coming across in the materials, is that all of the houses that have been built along here have not only followed a south lot line with respect to each other's views, but they've built predominantly on top of a bluff. There is a bluff that starts a couple of houses west of the house of Silverbirch and goes all the way over to Nursewood. That bluff is where the back line of everyone's house, or front line, however you want to look at it, ends, with the exception of number 438, where they have a small walkout to a above ground pool at the bottom of the lot. In between the beach, or the south point of the lot, and the houses that sit on top of the bluff is predominantly vegetation, forest, man-made landscaping. It's really quite stunning. It's almost like a community built within the forest right on the beach, and it's the only one of its nature. If we allow 428 to go through in its present form, it will basically set the precedent to eliminate the rest of the vegetation and wildlife that occurs along that stretch and provide such, you'll see that picture you have on the screen there right now. Number 438 is the large one on the left. I'm the one on the right that was under construction. We actually renovated. You can see how everyone has followed the line of the houses with respect to each other, and 438 has that small walkout, but that's it. This proposal at 428 is nothing like this. This is pretty much solid housing from the top of the lot to the bottom, with the exception of, I think, 30 feet from the bottom or whatever it is. This is really going to change. It's basically going to, with time and with this precedent, will eliminate the bluff itself, and will really create a wall of real estate, and will eliminate the public separation from the people living in the homes above. The volumes of people that were on that beach, especially during COVID, it was quite something. It was amazing. And that privacy will be eliminated for all parties. I think that if this proposal is allowed to go through in its present form, we will be looking at it 4 or 5 years down the road, asking ourselves, how did that happen? That's just my feeling on the issue, and thank you so much for your time. Oh, the one other thing I did want to meet is our local councillor, Mr. Brad Bradford, had also sent us a letter yesterday in agreement with the fact that we need to really look at what we're about to do to this shoreline and the bluff, and outline the city's intent to disallow alterations of existing slopes in shoreline areas, which Dennis had mentioned in his presentation.
Thank you, sir. Panel, do you have any questions of Mr. Crawford? No questions. Next.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Jeffrey Levitt.
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jeffrey Levitt. I live at 23 Brookmount Road. I'm a member of the slightly wider community, but my wife and I regularly walk along the portion of the beach adjacent to the subject site, and the development at the site will definitely affect our enjoyment of the beach. Briefly, by way of my background, I'm a retired lawyer who practiced law for over 20 years in the legal branch, the Ontario Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. So I'm familiar with the interpretation of bylaws, and I also happen to co-author a leading code text on the Ontario Building Code. I'm going to limit my remarks to just one point, that's on page 1 of my submission. This is maintaining the general intent of the zoning bylaw, the first test, or the test. The applicant in variances 1 and 3 is asking the committee for permission to develop a lot that doesn't abut a street. If he's granted these variances, he then seeks the benefit of being exempt from a number of key zoning standards, including building length and depth, and importantly, front and rear yard setbacks, by taking advantage of a quirk in the zoning bylaw's definition of the front lot line. According to that definition, a lot which does not abut a street has no front lot line, and the inapplicable zoning standards are all defined in relation to front lot line. Surely this cannot be the right result. It can't reasonably be asserted that any principles of good planning would support the proposition that a number of key zoning standards, including importantly front and rear yard setbacks that universally apply to lots that do abut a street, suddenly become irrelevant and inapplicable simply because a lot lacks an abutting street. As a result, it can't reasonably be considered that the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning bylaw will be maintained when key standards of the bylaw are rendered inapplicable, not due to the application of any principles of good planning, but rather as a consequence of an inadvertent gap in the zoning bylaw's definition of front lot line. And the committee, in considering the application, must be guided by OP Policy 418, reproduced on the screen in front of you. And this policy specifically requires that the zoning bylaw contain numerical standards for setbacks from all lot lines, including front and rear lot lines, among other matters, to serve as metrics for assessing compatibility with the character of the established residential neighborhood. So in summary, I would submit that the abutting a street variances, numbers 1 and 3, should not be approved. If they are approved, the variances must be made subject to conditions which would make the inapplicable bylaw standards or a reasonable modification of them applicable to the development of the subject lot. And this would result in the subject lot being treated on an equal footing with lots in the city that do abut a street. And I thank you for the opportunity to make submissions. I believe I'm out of time, so I'll limit my submissions to that point.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions of Mr. Levitt?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Paul McIntyre.
Yes.
Hello, Paul.
Hello. Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Thanks very much. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak. My name is Paul Merrick, and I live at 125 Cornell Ave, and I fully support the proposed home at 428 Lakefront. I've lived in the neighborhood for over 50 years, and I use this end of the beach regularly. The beach is an especially beautiful area of Toronto. What is being built is a 2-story house with an occupied attic. Based on the renderings I have seen, it will fit within the neighborhood and the beachfront in particular. I think it is disingenuous, both the beach metro rendering of the house spilling into neighbors' houses and onto the beach, and the wood bill presentation, which shows a similar rendering, I find completely inaccurate. Side yard setbacks for the proposed home are not even a variance being requested. This house is a traditional home with Cape Cod influence in design and is common in the beaches. The lot size is 60 by 160, and the house above grade footprint is 50 by 55. Again, not as presented by Wood. The main floor itself is significantly set back from the beachfront. The iceberg reference, which has no relevance to the committee's review of variances, and I feel is misleading and done with malice. Wood is focusing on the footprint of the below grade and not the visible footprint of the new home. I think it is important for the committee to focus on the variances and not get caught up with the malicious hype of the opposition. Variances are minor in nature and will serve to have a beautiful and representative of the beaches neighborhood with the new property built. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Do you have any questions, panel members? Okay, next.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Chris Gaffney.
Good afternoon. Am I on
Yes.
speaker here?
We can hear you, sir.
Hello. My name is Chris Gaffney. I live at 107 Malvern Avenue. I am at this meeting today to voice my support for the home on Lakefront. I am a 30-year resident of the beaches myself, and I have to walk along the boardwalk and to the end of the beach to the waterworks with my dog. And when I saw in November of last year the portrayal in our local community newspaper, the Beach Metro News, I was curious as to where this rendering was. The rendering was so it was so distorted and so wrong that I felt that I had to attend this. So what I saw in the newspaper was a rendering by the opposition that puts the home almost out onto the middle of the beach. Living down in the beaches for that many years, just east of Dovercourt is a 3-story condominium building, and then at the bottom of Silverbridge is a home being built right now that takes up the entire footprint of the lot. This is a substantially much larger lot, and I believe that the new design would fit in with the vibe of the neighborhood. It's a 2.5-story, not even, home, and as I mentioned earlier, this just 6 or 7 lots west of the home at the foot of Silverbridge is a construction site of a new home that will take up the entire lot. There are 2 apartment buildings within 300 meters of the home in question here. So I have to voice my support as a member of the community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Panel, any questions? Okay, we have 2 more speakers.
Yes, potentially. I'm trying to get a hold of one more, but for now, Nelson Coombs of 191 Coleridge.
Hello?
Mr. Coons?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please introduce yourself and give us your address.
Thank you. My name is Nelson Coombs. I and Tracy Tomlinson, residents of Coleridge Avenue, 191 and 225 Coleridge in East York, would like to voice our support for the application regarding 428 Lakefront. We first became aware of the application of 428 Lakefront in the local news media, online on CBC News and Beach Metro. We recognized the property in question as we regularly dog walk on the beach, so we decided to follow the application out of curiosity. The applicant plans, when we looked at it on the Committee of Adjustment website, did not appear anything like the cartoonish mischaracterization portrayed in the media. We also found it curious that many of the objections appeared to be coming from neighbors for similar homes that would have benefited from the same committee procedure in the construction of their dwelling, and others living far away, virtually all of them would be materially unaffected by the applicant's plan. The characterization of the applicant's plan of the 4-story home is also misleading, considering the applicant's plans show a 2-story home of decor and style, consistent with other homes in the area, with an attic and a walkout made possible by the slope of the property well back from the shore. The home at 412 Lakefront, on the other hand, adjacent to the apartment building to the west, is what we would categorize as a 4-story home, yet it was allowed by the city and much closer to the beach. So is the new dwelling at the foot of Silver Birch, which appears to be busting at the seams just a few feet away from the shoreline. The applicant's neighbor to the west also has an infinity pool, which was not immediately apparent in the photo circulated in local media and in the Wood Bowl presentation. If the applicant's neighbor's pool, Kimza, had been accurately represented in that photo, it would have appeared twice as large relative to the size of the property, because the applicant's property is half the size or half the width of the neighboring property, or the applicant's property, just as well as the property on the east side. In summary, we support the applicant's plan because we want to have confidence in this committee's process to afford all residents a fair level playing field should we wish to make household improvements requiring attendance at this committee. However, if those with unrelated motives are allowed to influence this process for purposes materially unrelated to the applicant, we are worried that it would undermine the integrity and efficacy of this committee's decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Panel, do you have any questions of Mr. Coombs? No questions. Next.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was one more speaker, Donna Oliver, but I phoned her, she joined the hearing, and then she chose to leave.
Okay. We can go back to Mr. Pettigrew.
Mr. Pettigrew, you're on the line.
Hi, thank you. If I could have my presentation put back up, I think that would be helpful. And if you could go to slide number 7. Thank you. So again, there were a lot, and sorry, I just want to confirm, is this a 5-minute rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay, so I won't have enough time to go through everything, so I'll touch on some of the key ones, and if there's questions, then maybe I can answer them there. I think, some of the speakers that spoke in support mentioned things already about the drawings and the way that they're being portrayed. We certainly agree with that as well. I think that the plan that's before you right now, the 3D model, and if I could go to the next page as well. You can see that instead of a white box building, this is the building with the potential treatments of the outside, the actual coloring of the roof plan, and also in context with the 3D. This is the plan to scale as a 3D model dropped into Google Earth. And this actually depicts the true landscaping, if you can go to the next page as well. Sorry, one more then. Oh, I think it's 2 back then, sorry, my apologies. And one more back. Yeah, that's the one, sorry, the west view. When you look at those, drawings, thank you, you can see again, the context in the area. This, the representation and some of the other drawings of 3D mass models in Mr. Wood's presentation, unfortunately doesn't capture all of the nuances that are on the site. And if you can go down to what would be 15 in my presentation, this is actually a view, one more. Sorry, 2 more. One more. Thank you. It's difficult through the virtual here. So as you can see, this is the current existing beachfront. There's discussion about this race to the water, the buildings being close, and this setting a precedent. And what I'd like to point out from this drawing, you can see here that this is the existing front of the beach. And on the left side is 1 Silver Birch, going to 412 Lakefront, and then of course the apartment building in between. And you can see that there is a big mix of locations and sizes and heights, and almost all of these properties have altered the slopes that are in this area. I would like to comment. I know that it was in Mr. Mr. Wood's presentation, and it was also touched on by a few of the other residents. But the bluff, as it's being called here, is not actually a natural heritage feature. I know that they're referring to where it is on the map, but the TRCA and the city staff have never, through the 2 years of reviewing this application, made any indication or put any correspondence that we were not in conformity or that we were contravening anything to do with the official plan or the natural environment here. So again, I just wanted to point out that I'm not sure, the information where they're suggesting it's coming from, but certainly there has been nothing that has been indicated to us about a lack of conformity with the official plan with regard to the environment. Now, going back to some of the other comments, and I think this is the biggest one and seems to be the one that is the most difficult or most contested, is the FSI, or the sheer size of the property. Mr. Woods in his presentation is trying to use GFA as the metric for density, when FSI in the official plan and in the zoning bylaw is the metric by which you evaluate the density. The GFA, or the actual sheer size of the dwelling, is dependent, or the FSI from that is dependent on the size of the lot. And certainly our client does have one of the larger lots in the area. And I think it's not the correct metric by which that is being reviewed. And it really is FSI. GFA is not a variance. It is FSI that we are looking at. And based on the proposed condition, and in conjunction with the evaluation of the FSI approvals, and that's only the approvals that we know of. There are certainly lots of buildings that predate it. But those, the FSI is definitely in keeping with the approvals and recent approvals in the area, especially when it's considered above grade.
All right, Mr. Mr. Pettigrew, your time is up. Perhaps you could wrap up now.
Certainly. So the other major item, and this is where it came down to the zoning bylaw and conformity with different aspects of the bylaw, centered around this lot being not having any street frontage on a public street. We have, and again, our architect is here, and I'm certain he can answer some questions on that. When this site was being looked at and developed, we are dealing with the variances that are required, but the proposal and the design of the home was done in keeping with a lot of the variances and bylaws and setbacks that would have been required should this actually have had street frontage. We're dealing with a unique situation. We're trying to make the best of that. And I think perhaps if you have questions on that, Mr. Pfeffer can probably give you a bit more details about how that was designed.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to ask you if in the design of the house, the setback, the criteria set by the municipal board in 2012, I believe it was followed.
Yeah, so to you, Chair, sorry, Mr. Pfeffer was looking to speak to that, but if maybe I could just start quickly and then we could allow Mr. Pfeffer to respond. The OMB decision was in 2012. Mr. Kimsa's home was built in 2005. I know that Mr. Wood would like to give him credit for having his house set back where it is, but that was not even established at that time. So I think that's a little bit misleading, just to say off the bat. Now, in regards to the OMB decision, that was done at a settlement, and it was done in context of the site in proximity to other houses which have very similar setbacks and are in the same under the same criteria. We have our property to the west does not have the same issue. They have access back to Glenfern. Their property is twice as long. On the opposite side, we have an existing home at 430 where the only access is provided by a small lane, and their house is actually the furthest set back out of all of the other properties on the lakefront. So when we were looking at it in context, the setbacks that were shown or suggested or being proposed are meant to be in context of all of the beachfront and not, yes, you can see there actually the existing home at 428 and 430 have the same frontage. And so with those homes set further back than the other ones, it makes it very difficult. And as it's not accurately drawn, but Mr. Wood's drawing for the 17-meter building length and where the setback would be, it quite frankly just makes the lot unbuildable, and it's really not accurately reflected there. But that's why we selected, and maybe it's best if I actually pass it to Jim. He can describe how the functionality of the site was designed.
So, Mr. Pettigrew, I don't think we can hear from Mr. Pfeffer.
He was registered to speak. Is that not possible?
Well,
For you, Mr. Chair, we usually have one agent for the application. Otherwise, if there's new information that's going to be presented, then everybody would get an opportunity to speak to it.
I think you've explained it, sir.
Okay, so to the chair, then, if I may, if in lieu of Jim's ability to present, I would just like to say, just add on, when the site was being designed, the building has been pulled back to the north as far as it could. If you look at the existing footprint of the building, what we're looking at here is there is an existing garage. It's in the dashed lines. So the building is actually, it is pulled slightly further to the south from where the original north face is. And that was to be able to address concerns to move the garage a little bit away from the other residents as well. But it's a replacement of a detached garage, and it is a replacement of that single family home. And the minimal amount of area required in that driveway space that you can see, it's a minimal amount of area. It's quite a narrow driveway that you can see to the top of the page. It's the minimal amount to be able to turn a car around and still get out. And what was also neglected before in some of the other drawings is that there is also significant landscaping that's being maintained on the north. There's some very tall cedars, I believe, that are there, and those are being maintained as well. So that's what has shifted. So starting with that premise, we've done the bare minimum to be able to have a car turn around on that back side, and then we've made a house that is 17 meters long from that point. And that would be in keeping with what the bylaw would for if this had a street frontage. So we have taken those things into consideration. When we describe the bylaw and the requirements of the variances having these technicalities, it's a requirement because we are we're bound to that. That is the bylaw. But what we have been trying to create a building that is in keeping with those if this should have a street frontage. And again, when we're looking at it in context, the Kimsa house that's on the other side, they have much greater opportunity to shift their house back or front when they were redoing their home because they had their lot is twice as deep. So they had a lot more opportunity to do that. We don't have that opportunity on this site. And I think that's probably describes as much as I could in lieu of Jim.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Panel, do you have any questions of Mr. Pettigrew? No questions? All right, so we'll go into...
I do have one very quick question. So do you mind going back to that, your own 3D view, looking from the beach to the building? It's one of those images that you have plugged in. Yeah, that's right. There's the one that is closer to, like, the camera is being taken down. That's right. That's a good one. So it looks like your lot is the widest along this strip. Am I right?
Sorry, I was still muted there. It is one of the widest. It is not the widest, but in this area, it is comparable to some of the ones that are further over at 446, but it is one of the widest lots in this area, yes.
Right, and I was trying to look at your survey, and how much further out are you comparing to the building on the left in this 3D view? Not counting the swimming pool you have near the beach, but just the building, the main building itself.
So the main building, to you through the chair, the main building on the west elevation, I don't have an exact measurement, but I would hazard to say it's there's so 4.6 meters would be the distance on the east side, and then on the west side, it looks like from that first dip, it's about a meter on that side. Yeah, about a meter on the west, and then 15 feet on the other side through the porch.
Okay. And just another question. So the density or the FSI or GFA, no matter how you call it, I think part of the reason why, I mean, I understand your argument, there's a restriction on the lot size, on how you access the site, and the depth, and, you know, the situation where you're right next to the lake. But you're assuming that your floor plan is not reducing the size, right? If you're putting the same footprint on a different lot, then you might have a different setback. So that's what I'm trying to see, is we have to kind of go through whether this house is oversized or not in my language, right? And what I'm trying to see is, if we go back to the variance that you're trying to apply, I'm just looking at, let's assume that the beach is a street, the laneway is a street. Let's say that's fine, right? Let's just look at the size of your building. Is it appropriate in this context? So it looks like if your building is reduced by reducing the GFA, you could have met a lot of the concerns that your neighbor have brought up. So how would you, like, what in your floor plan layout, what makes you to determine that kind of size to kind of expand it so close to the lake? I understand you're trying to pull it back as much as possible, but out of the pulling back, you can also reduce it, right? So I guess that's my question. What is the functional program that makes you feel like, okay, this is the size of the room that I need, this is the size of the plan that I need, so that I have to stick with this depth of the building?
Right. So if I may, to you through the chair, there is a good example, if you could actually pull up Mr. Wood's presentation, and on page 14, there is a drawing where he's fully outlined. We did not have access to it because we didn't have survey information, but he's actually done the outline of the buildings for the 424 and 430 guest. It would be, I think it's that page right there. So you can see there the outlines of the two buildings and then outline of our client's site in the middle. And when you look at the size of the buildings in context there, this is the actual ground floor. Of course, the Kimsa house has a detached garage, which is not shown. It's just north of where the detached garage is I think it's 4 Munro Park. So when you look at the homes side by side, it's very much a similar footprint. It's wider. It's a wider lot. It's wider by 14 feet. And so when you look at those homes in context, I would argue that from a footprint perspective, and then going up from there as another 2.5 story beside 2 other 2.5 stories, this building, which again, the Kimsa house is about 17 meters long. And so we would have a very similar context. What's been pushing it forward to the lake is really that turnaround area, as you can see for that loop. Otherwise, this could have been squared up perhaps and make it a little easier that way. So that's the main reason for that bump out is that it's been shifted down in the building itself. But again, when you look at it in context there, we're looking at a house that is wider, but is comparable in length and would meet the bylaw. And that's, sort of why the building was built out from the back that way.
Okay, thank you. That's exactly what I want to see, because the lot is bigger, so I can't just compare the building size, but in scale, it looks like the footprint of your building is similar to a 424. And the reason why you have to push it down is for the driveway, because you're in a very interesting, position comparing to the lane. Okay.
Yes.
Are there any further questions? Go into committee. Does anyone have a comment? Or do we have a motion?
I'll start off just with a couple comments. I know I think that we have to look at this as if there were street frontage, and that would be the beach, in my opinion. So that then, I think, creates a bunch of issues in terms of the purpose and intent, but just generally the spirit of the bylaw. I have major issues with the setback, that's one, but also the fact that we're not even talking about, impermeable surface and that kind of thing, when basically the entire site is paved. And I know the pool doesn't count for that, but regardless. And then the condition from the beach, from basically the public space, when you're looking back, I think will be a pretty predominant wall that sets up this pool and the platform. So my main concern is that this doesn't meet the spirit of the bylaw, and it's overbuilt, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll let you go first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say, I think that in looking at this design, I think one of the problems is that it probably could have accommodated a good size house, but it could have been pulled back further to allow for a generous setback, to still allow for a pool. I just think that the house wasn't sensitively designed for the site, and to recognize sort of the special nature of its location. And I would also have to agree with everything that Peter has said as well.
Yeah, I also agree with Peter, and trying to understand and be kind of reasonable, try to understand the rationale why you would have to place the building that way. And it looks like you're using other people's land as a reference to determine the size of your house. But unfortunately, your lot is quite different and unique. And that uniqueness, you can call it an opportunity, but right now it's more a restriction. And you have to respond to that restriction and therefore reduce the size and kind of accommodate to the overall urban fabric of the building. Because right now, I understand everything you mentioned, but just because of the way that the building you're positioned, it is popping out so much from the rest of the community, and it just doesn't work out.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll put forward a motion to refuse.
Do we have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Kathleen, all in favor of the motion? Your application's been refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Number 22, 439 Vaughan Road. Purpose of this application is to obtain a consent to sever the property into 9 undersized residential lots with 4 lots each having an associated parking space located in proximity to the lot, and to create easements, rights of way for the pedestrian walkways. And 22B, to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a parking space in the rear yard on the undersized conveyed lot created by consent application B0056/19TEY. 22C, to construct a new 3-story semi-detached dwelling with a parking space in the rear yard on the undersized conveyed lot created by consent application B0056/19TEY. 22D, to construct a new 3-story semi-detached dwelling with a parking space in the rear yard on the underside conveyed lot created by consent application B0056/19TEY. 22E, to construct a new 3-story semi-detached dwelling with a parking space in the rear yard on the undersized conveyed lot created by consent application B0056/19TEY. And then we have similar ones, 22F and G and H and I and J. That's all we have. Okay. And with these applications, we have the material submitted by the applicant. We have staff reports from engineering and urban forestry. We have 2 form letters in support from 193 Winnett and 166 Victor Avenue. We have opposition from properties on Winnett and Vaughan. Okay. Mr. Fordyce.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just before I hand over the mic, Evelyn Young, who is in support, did not answer a phone call to join the hearing, so she's not here. And Nita Pronovost, she was here, but she had to leave.
Okay, so we have 3 speakers.
2 speakers. You have Ryan Hunter and Carmen Basarab in opposition.
And Craig Fordyce.
Apologies, yes.
The applicant. Okay, Mr. Fordyce?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Mr. Chair, committee members, my name is Craig Fordyce. I am the principal planner and architect for KFA Architects and Planners, 197 Spadina Avenue, Suite 500. I am the applicant representing the owner of the subject site, Corbell Developments.
Thank you. Please tell us what this is about.
Okay, we have worked closely with planning and urban design since 2018 on the project, accommodating most, if not all, of staff's input. Switch the slide, please. The subject site is located at the northeast corner of Vaughan Road and Winnett Avenue. Currently on the site, there is a Hungarian Presbyterian church, which is not a listed or designated structure with Heritage Toronto. We switch the slide, please. The surrounding context along Vaughan Road includes an eclectic mix of built form and building typology. Immediately to the east of the subject site is 429 Vaughan Road, are 2-story mixed-use commercial residential buildings with ground floor commercial and second floor apartments. To the west on Vaughan Road, across Winnett, is 445 and 443 Vaughan Road, 2-story semi-detached residential building. Directly south of the site is another 2-story semi-detached residential building, 422, 424 Vaughan Road, and the southerly continuation of Winnett can be seen in the photo. The next slide, please. Immediately north of the subject site is a 2-story residential home at 193 Winnett Avenue. Further north of 193 Winnett, the homes are similar in form to 193 Winnett. However, the remainder of Winnett Avenue is an eclectic mix of residential form and typology. The next slide, please. Our client's intention is to demolish the existing church building and sever the subject site into 9 freehold residential lots. The north lot is proposed to be a single-family detached home, and the remaining 8 lots are proposed to be semi-detached homes. It's in our opinion that the application for consent has regard for and satisfies all relevant matters set out in section 51, subsection 24 of the Planning Act. The proposed development appropriately regards matters of provincial interest as set out in section 2 of the Planning Act, in particular subsections 2F on the efficient use of various infrastructure, 2J on the provision of range of housing, 2P on the appropriate location of growth and development, and 2R on the promotion of well-designed built form. The subject site is designated neighborhoods in the city official plan. The OP recognizes that neighborhoods may be stable, but they are not static. They may contain a wide range of residential built form, including detached and semi-detached homes. The OP also recognizes that there are sites within neighborhoods that differ from the prevailing pattern regarding lot size, configuration, and orientation that may be developed in a compatible fashion. It is our opinion that this describes the subject site. The OP emphasizes the importance of new development respecting the existing physical character of its neighborhood context. Due to the eclectic nature of this neighborhood, our opinion is that respecting the neighborhood character is a question of compatibility. One detached dwelling and 8 semi-detached dwellings within a neighborhood eclectic in its styles of residential dwellings are compatible with the neighborhood's character. It is our opinion that the variances being sought for each new lot individually and collectively maintain the general intent and purpose of the OP. Regarding the street network and circulation, the development removes the current curb cuts and driveways onto both Gwinnett and Vaughan Road, greatly improving vehicular and pedestrian safety. Residents can access the development by car through the rear laneway off of Arlington. On foot, residents can access Vaughan Road from the rear laneway on a pathway between the buildings on lots 7 and 8. With regard to the conservation of natural resources and flood control, existing trees removed from the site will be replaced to the satisfaction of urban forestry. 5 new trees are proposed for the site. Regarding flooding, the site currently has 31% permeability throughout. The proposed development improves on this with 35% permeability, mitigating contributing flooding concerns. The site is serviced adequately by utilities and municipal services. There are 10 schools within a 1.5 kilometer radius of the proposed development, providing adequate service. Regarding conveyances, there are 2 being provided, one along Vaughan Road to protect for future improvement of the right-of-way, and the other along the laneway at the rear to protect for future improvement of the lane. There is no site plan control on the proposed development, although transportation, engineering, urban design, and planning have all reviewed and commented on the application. Regarding zoning, the subject site is designated RM residential multiple dwelling zone. Detached and semi-detached dwellings are permitted. In summary, the variances deal with relief from the zoning standard for lot size, parking size and location, setbacks, height of sidewalls, deck size, and density. Many of the variances reflect the existing built form in the immediate area, especially regarding setbacks and lot size. The performance standards are intended to promote.
Mr. Fortis, your time is coming to a close. Could you please wrap up now?
Yeah, no problem. The performance standards are intended to promote and maintain compatibility within an established neighborhood. Detached and semi-detached lots are desirable and the appropriate use of land satisfying the official plan. The variances being sought are minor and result from a permitted use with compatible built form and design on a site that varies from the established pattern. Individually and collectively, the variances maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw, are desirable and for the appropriate use of the land, and are minor. It is our opinion that the subject development represents good planning and respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Panel, do you have any questions? No questions. All right. Mr. Hunter?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Follow the pattern. Long night for everyone. My name is Ryan Hunter. My wife and myself live at 423 Vaughan Road, which is one space in between beside the unit. We actually own 423 and 425 Vaughan Road. On the previous slide, it was kind of the addresses were messed up. We live in the building. We own there, and we also own the coffee shop that is in 423 Vaughan Road, Hunter Coffee Shop. So basically, like, we don't leave the building. I wanted to, before I kind of share my thoughts, I wanted to say that I'm not necessarily against the development, but I am concerned about the impact to health, safety, and the quality of life for the neighbor and residents if the application is approved without a full site plan review. There's reasonable risks to if this review is not done, the city gets it wrong, it'll be an impact to the neighborhood. If the review If a review looking into the impacts of development on parking, transportation, drainage, snow removal, garbage removal has been done, this has not been shared with any of the neighbors. It is my opinion that there's a number of reasons that we need this review prior to an approval of the development. Specifically, this location of Vaughan Road has been a site of many recent accidents. Some highlights and ones that I have on my security cameras are a car jumping the curb midday, smashing into my building, right where people line up for coffee. There's another accident that ran into the light pole in front of the church that was highlighted, taking that down. There was another 2 months later, another truck hit that same pole. There's also every month a series of smaller accidents that happen specifically with Winnett and Arlington, so the two sides of the bend of that road. Actually, there was one on Monday that happened on the Arlington side of that bend, as it becomes kind of a more major artery for traffic and speeds increase. This is a piece. Also, my concern is around the sidewalk and the setbacks from the sidewalk on Vaughan Road between cars stopping, the need for loading, unloading, speeds, buses, bike lanes. There's narrowing of sidewalks as well in that space in the proposed plans. It also isn't clear for me on how the parking and snow removal takes place, specifically around the impact to drainage. I know there was a comment about the utilization of the space itself, but with the parking doubling up, there's no space for the snow removal other than on your neighbor's lawn potentially, and how they would remove that, where we already have significant trouble with the lanes itself. The other part probably, which is one is related to the pathway specifically. I'm really happy to see that there's an access point which has been in place probably for 50 years that everyone uses to get to Vaughan Road. I know in the recent correspondence there's been concerns around who's paying for the maintenance of that, so I hope that remains. All of these matters, I think, are, except for the last one, is part of the site plan control issues, and I trust that the development would have go through that site plan control, but I'm not sure if they have or not, but the neighborhood should be kept involved in the process, and the requested variance, I think, should not be approved until that process is complete. I think that the other element I would add is that I understand that the analysis for the application before you will center around whether the proposed is minor in nature and consistent with the office planning and zoning bylaw. To that end, I would raise one concern that with the application materials, there's no property similar to what's being proposed by the applicant. One example in the applicant's material is 273, 275 Vaughan Road, which is actually located in a different zoning area of Vaughan Road. Also, the other example with the height and setbacks is it's another property that actually doesn't show the address because it's actually not even close. The other one also I would call out is 193, which is where the support comes from, was a building of similar heights that was declined a few weeks ago by this committee, related to the fact that it doesn't kind of match the area. I would ask the committee to consider that if the build form is not present anywhere else in the neighborhood and is not called on by the official plan or zoning bylaw, is consent within the intent of these documents and is minor in nature. In closing, I would say that if the city does plan to approve the development, I'm asking them to make it conditional on site plan review approval and making sure that laneway access is required as part of that development. Sorry, I'm going really quick because I know it's time.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions? No questions. Cameron Bassarab.
Hi, and thank you for hearing me. I'm Carmen Bassarab. Address is 426 Vaughan Road. I am directly across the street on the south side, on the west side of Winnett. My concerns are also the traffic with the accidents. Living on the south side of Winnett, I have witnessed a crash and several near misses from people turning onto that road from Winnett coming south. There is very poor visibility on that corner, and I feel like if there are 3-story townhomes there, the visibility will be much worse. I'm concerned about drainage and water problems. We are currently dealing with water problems in our house due to poor drainage in the area. And I know that their presentation said that there was 35%, I'm not sure the term, drainage availability, but there is a lot of paving over with this and not a lot of green space, which I have a lot of concerns for, especially in the winter and when the snow starts to melt. My next concern is regarding parking and visitors. I do find the crammed in parking spots in the back to be sort of a last-ditch effort for it, I've often had my driveway blocked in by people who are coming to visit and just thinking they can park in there and not caring that the car is blocked in. And I'm concerned that this will be more of an issue if people are coming to visit. These are 3 and 4 bedroom houses, and I find it hard to believe that each one will have just one car there. I'm also concerned about Ubers blocking the street because it is hard to park along Vaughan, and the Winnett Road is a one-way road, and we have to get people going the wrong way up the road going north already. One of the last things I want to speak to is that while I agree that the design of the neighborhood is mixed media with townhomes, detached and semi-detached, the actual design of these townhomes do not match anything else in the neighborhood. They look very blocky, very glassy, very modern, whereas the rest of the houses around Vaughan and on Winnett are sort of like mid-50s wartime homes with brick and such. I feel like the design was not taking into account anything that was around the neighborhood for there. Yes, thank you for showing the picture. It does not match anything that is around, and it looks very postmodern. Just, it doesn't work. And then my last concern is that I am wondering if this is built for actual families, given the very, very small amount of space available outdoors wise, or if it's built for like flatmates or for use for Airbnb. And finally, I just want to wrap up to say that I'm not actually against housing. I think that something does need to be built on that property, but I feel like putting 9 townhomes in that is sort of a grab for as much money to be made from that space as possible. It feels like it's very rushed. It feels like it's very crammed in for the amount of variances that have to be applied for to be broken, because it is such a small space per townhome. And I think it would be best suited to have 4 or maybe 5 there. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. Any questions, panel? Okay. Mr. Fordyce?
Yes.
So do you have any comments with respect to what's been said?
I'll just a couple high level. In terms of the traffic issues, again, we're removing 2 of the driveways that do. I would agree, like in terms of the current situation, people pulling out the driveway onto Winnett or the driveway onto Vaughan Road from the current church. That's not ideal. We are getting rid of those, and traffic will be routed around through the laneway, and I think is a much safer situation. With regard to the visibility, that's something that the townhomes obviously will come further to the street than the existing condition, and people obviously will have to take care in terms of driving. In terms of the snow removal, each owner will be responsible for each of their pads that are located at the back. It's something that is maintenance, not really a planning issue. With regard to the height, Vaughan Road is a little bit different, and we figured that this lot, relative to the overall context, comes off of Vaughan Road, where the height, in terms of along Vaughan Road, changes drastically, sort of as you sort of go up and down Vaughan Road. We feel that the three stories is appropriate in terms of transition for this development in the context of this site, which is quite different than the next door neighbor at 193. In terms of the building typology, these aren't townhomes; these are semi-detached and 1 detached dwelling. I think I'll leave it there.
Right. Thank you. Pardon?
Through you, Mr. Chair, does the removal of the parking that was just mentioned, does that change any of the variances?
No, he was talking about removal of the driveways to the church. So are there any questions of the applicant? Yes.
I just have one.
I do have one, yeah. Hi, it's Aaron, and I'm just checking at the submission documents. There's one call from the Development Engineering Department that was submitted in January 10th. That's F2A ECS report. I just wonder if this is the latest response you have from development. because it looks like there are many things that are still outstanding. And the interesting thing is, a lot of things were actually the concern of one of the opposition, Mr. Hunt. And it even says not to schedule a hearing. So I'm just curious, what was there any new submission from this department that are not included here? Seems like, I assume you are in the process of site plan, right? You're in the process of site plan application.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's the only report we have from engineering.
Okay.
Yes, and can you hear me, Aaron?
Yes, I could.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I believe that this is the general engineering conditions that were, that was the only response that we had from engineering. In terms of the, I'm not sure what you're referring to there, and I couldn't see what you highlighted. Schedule hearing. Our drawings were put back through planning to relative to things that were being discussed at that point in time in terms of the walkway, as well as in terms of the parking, to show that the maneuvering diagrams worked. So we had a traffic engineer look at that to demonstrate that the maneuvering for the cars in the laneway actually works, which it does. And that can be provided to the committee if required.
Okay. So I guess, if we are going to approve this, then this will has to be in a condition subject to satisfaction from development engineer, because it looks like they haven't seen your plans, or at least haven't got a chance to make comments. And in a way, we are not fully informed from development. So all we have to do is to look at your other information.
That's a reasonable request.
Okay.
Peter, you have a question?
I was going to ask a similar comment, but in addition, I'd just like to ask the applicant, there was concern about the public walkway and whether public access would remain to that and who was going to be responsible for maintaining. Can you address that, please?
Yeah, the owners of Lot 7 and Lot 8 will be responsible for maintaining the walkway. The walkway itself is not the intention originally, and this was based on planning's input and urban design's input, was that this would be a public laneway that would come from the lane to Vaughan Road and provide access to the bus stop. It will now only be for the residents because the municipality, in terms of the required easement over it, said that they didn't think that was a great idea. So it was an idea that they thought was a good idea, but then staff backed out of that toward the end of the process. So we maintained it because we think it's actually good. We had different locations for this walkway in the site. We think that it provides a good access for residents, particularly if the units on the east side on Vaughan Road are at grade. So for barrier-free access, we think that it's a good benefit for the development.
Thanks.
Any further questions? We have some discussion.
Sure, I'll start off just a couple points of discussion. I think it's an interesting development, and I think it's pushing the limit of density and what's achievable on the site, but I think it does it in a pretty sensitive way, and it's been designed, I think, to reflect both Vaughan and Gwinnett. I think there's different treatments, and I I respect that. As well as trying to be creative in their solution with the parking arrangement in the back. I think it's unorthodox, but I think it works on the site. So I don't have issues with it. I understand some concerns about the neighbors with the density, but I think if a site like this can't handle a little bit of density, then we're going to be in trouble. So I think this actually does satisfy the purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw and the OP, I think.
We have a motion, Peter?
Sure. I put forward a motion to approve the consent and the minor variances, all subject to the conditions of urban forestry in the August 12th letter.
You missed.
And sorry.
Through you,
pardon me.
Mr. Chair,
And
it would have to be all the standard conditions of consent and then everything in that laundry list from engineering, which, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yes. It's a lot, I know. I'm not sure if there's another way around it. So I'd say yes, plus the standard engineering conditions, plus the January engineering letter conditions as well.
We have a seconder?
Yeah, I can second and agree with Peter. It looks as, particularly the way they handle part 7, 8, 11, 12 is pretty interesting. And I also agree that the density is a bit more than the rest of the area, but at this street, at this area, I think is appropriate. And I trust that the planning staff and the engineering department will figure out the details and make sure that this is a safe space. So I think we can go ahead and second it.
All right.
I'm going to sort of throw in my 2 cents here that I think the property is a little bit dense and not necessarily designed to fit into the single family with the sort of postmodern design. I'm kind of concerned about the laundry list, the huge laundry list of items that have been left sort of unaddressed for the engineering department. So I think this is maybe a little bit premature. So I'm not going to be able to support this application at this point.
All right. So you have a vote. All in favor of the motion? Aaron? Are you in favor of the motion? You seconded it. All right. And Kathleen, you're dissenting. Okay. You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and committee members. I appreciate it.
And
Mr. Chair, there's no other business, so I think we are adjourned at 7:55.
yes.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay.
Good night.
Take care.
Good night. Bye.
Bye, Kathleen. Safe trip back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Goodbye.
And
Good luck,
Julie.
Yeah, this is the last case.
We can't hear
All the
you.
be-
You're muted. Kathleen, you're muted. Right.
It's great working with you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. When do you actually leave?
Thanks.
The end of the month.
10 days, August 31st at 9:30 at night. I will be walking back into my place in Vancouver at 3:30 in the morning, Vancouver time.